to this.
Good morning, Mother. I love going to school. And this week we're learning all about how the government is our federal family and they're here to help us.
Compliacin. Talk to your school psychiatrist and ask for it by name.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Yeah, and a fear here and declare your independence from me, Ernest Hancock, here in Phoenix, Arizona, from the beautiful studios of Phoenix.com. Oh, today we're gonna have some fun. In the third hour, Charles Goyette comes in. We're gonna see what's up with the world. It's always good to talk with Charles. Charles Goyette, been longtime friend and awesome talk show host here in the Valley for years and years, anti-war. Yeah, we're going to be doing him. Glenn Kripe is going to come on. Language of Liberty. Whenever we have these guys coming on that are from Nigeria, Senegal, Sri Lanka, Sri something. I mean, it's all at Nepal. We had Mexico City, Ukraine, Poland, Russia. It's amazing. They had these young people going and learning about liberty with English authors, because language of liberty, they mean freedom. Read a lot of John Locke, Adam Smith, Jefferson, that kind of thing. And you have these kids, they compete to come here. And kids are in their 20s, early 30s, but they apply and they bring about 4 or 5 months. They'll have 6 to 8 people, and they have to go shooting. That's one thing that has to happen, man. They go we'll go shooting. Plus, we interview them each, and it's just interesting as heck. In the first hour, we have Jeff Kurdekis. Now, Jeff, before I butcher your name too much, say it for us so everybody knows how it's supposed to be said.
You're one of the closest, I'd say. It's Kurdekis.
Kurdekis.
Usually gets butchered a lot more than that.
Thank you. Jeff Kurdekis. Now, Jeff Kurdekis is a recommendation from Tim Pachote from the Liberty Advisor, and whatever Tim says, we do. And he said that Jeff has just got a fantastic bio, really interesting, has one of the largest Facebook meetups, one of the largest Facebook groups of Bitcoin, and he thought it was really interesting, had a background. Let's go ahead and give you a little bio here. Jeff Kurdekis. Am I saying that right?
Nailed it that time. You're a pro.
Jeff Kurdekis is the founder of an online crypto network of over 1.6 million people. Damn. And the new era social media platform Uptrend with 2 N's. Uptrend, TRENND. Uptrend.com. Jeff is an advocate of personal liberty and self-expression. He is devoted to creating an online ecosystem where people can financially thrive through doing what they love. All right. What do you want to start off at? Your first memory at 3, your beginnings into crypto, going into Uptrend. One of the first things you think everybody should know about you?
I think, maybe I'll start from somewhere that's relevant to the audience, which is, my introduction into more of a liberty-based mindset and realizing things are not necessarily the way that they ought to be. And so, it all started with Bitcoin and essentially the undermining, or not the undermining, but a new creation of other financial system. I feel the financial system is what is the underpinning socioeconomic thing that's ruling our world. And so Bitcoin was a phenomenal first mover to be able to kind of shift this movement in the right direction. But I never even got into Bitcoin really for quite some time. Up in 2016 was when I kind of stumbled upon Ethereum by chance. And when I saw Ethereum, then it all started to click. Then I realized
Ethereum made it click? Crap.
Ethereum made it click.
I mean, all right. I couldn't get... We've interviewed Vitalik. So I've met Vitalik quite a bit, and we know each other for a long time. I remember he's one of the original crowd around a picnic table at Pork Fest in New Hampshire, and Roger Ver and him and Eric Voorhees and all these guys. They're like, "Ooh, Ernie, we're going to change the world, man. It's going to be big. Wrote a song about it, like, here you go." And they sit there and explained it to me and what's going. All right, I see. So we've been following this since. Beginning 9, 10, and no later than 11. But let's put it this way: I got my first Bitcoin, a Casacious coin, for $3.85. Let's put it that way, okay?
Right.
So back in the day. But the thing is that Vitalik, I had him come. Maybe you can answer this one question. How am I going? Okay, what is Ethereum? Is it a crypto? Is it an operating system? What are you trying to make it? And what you witnessed and you came across it. Bitcoin is complicated enough, but Ethereum, why that? Why that as opposed to other crypto? What was your attention? What did you think it to be?
Yeah, I'd say the easiest metaphor to simplify what Ethereum is that, you mentioned it, Ethereum's an operating software. And so on an operating software, you could say like an iPhone's iOS, you have lots of different apps. And it's what those apps built on Ethereum can do compared to traditional apps that really set it off for me.
And you used it, and you saw the application, you wanted to use it for what?
Well, so for example, on Ethereum, the big thing on any kind of decentralized app is that it's taking power away from a central authority. So you could look at a platform like YouTube or Spotify. Those are two really good examples to start with. What happens is the user pays these platforms, and then the platforms decide how much money they're going to pay out to the artists, the people who contribute and actually add value to the platform. So what Ethereum was doing was essentially removing that kind of power-hungry middleman that's just there for the profit, and creates a decentralized web where instead of doing $10 a month, you're just making micro payments to watch a video or listen to a song. I know YouTube is free, so that's maybe not the best example. Spotify is more relevant. And so the user who's listening pays less and the artist earns more. Everybody's happy. There's no advertisements, and you just rock on forward. And so I saw this being applied to essentially every industry in our world that has middlemen.
And then, so this is how you're funding or the infrastructure for payments and so on for Uptrend? Is it an Ethereum platform?
So the platform itself is actually just a Web 2.0 platform, and I've self-funded the entire thing, so I haven't done any fundraising, no outside funding. And then when you earn tokens on Uptrend, you can then convert that into an ERC20 token, which is essentially a cryptocurrency, an application that lives on Ethereum.
Okay. ERC20, I hear this all the time. Right. I got me a token. It's a Ethereum token number 547 or something. Okay, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so you take the same thing, you got whatever, and it's its own chain, its own token, its own. But mainly, what Vitalik, I guess, was trying to do is to make sure that anyone could have the features of crypto, customize it to their application, and it be interchangeable on all Ethereum network exchange, or some ERC tokens not exchangeable on the exchange or through Ethereum? Is it that far removed, or are they all tied?
Yeah, so they're all applications that live on Ethereum, just like mobile apps.
Live on Ethereum. What's Ethereum? It lives on Ethereum. Are you saying it's like iOS? I mean,
exactly. What? Yeah, Ethereum's like iOS. You got it.
So it's an operating system.
Yeah, you got it. Kind of. Exactly. It's like it's pseudo. It's the best or closest metaphor that I've come across.
Well, see, I'm telling you, how often do you get Vitalik talk to anybody? But Vitalik, I'm going, okay, man. I mean, you're nice to me and you're being a good friend and everything. Kind of, explain it. What it? Blah 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 blah. I mean, if Vitalik can't explain it to me, you see my point? I've learned more about Ethereum in the past couple minutes, than I ever had. So this is. So I can
his
see
extrapolation is so high level that it's, I find it's a skill to be able to bring things down to a simple level. Maybe not a skill that he possesses a lot of skills.
No. He doesn't, but he's a nice guy. I like my talk. We'll be right back.
The Crown by Captain Mark. The Crown casts the world in shadow and claims to be our guiding light. Cowards clamor for security from boogeymen and ghost stories, while I say these hobgoblins are imaginary. I say those they propped up as our liberators are now subsisting on our bondage. I say there is freedom in the black, and that's exactly where we intend to go. The Crown banishes its own officers for exposing its crimes and tortures dissidents to the brink of madness. It dominates the globe and swallows the wealth of generations, leaving only blood and excrement. The Crown calls it piracy to explore frontiers beyond its grasp. So the time has come for us to define the conduct among pirates. I say the Crown has trampled our necks long enough. Need decentralized solutions to centralized problems? Looking for a community of like-minded scoundrels? Or just want some swag to let the Crown know what you think of it? Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com. We won't be hard to find.
Why did you move to the Shire?
Pirates, man. Pirateswithoutborders.com. You got to go check it out. That's our promotion and decentralization of everything, and the tech that supports it. We have different categories and then all the tech and everything. We have fun with the letters. Okay, now on here it says the 4 foundational pillars of Uptrend is freedom of speech, data security, equality of opportunity, and distribution of wealth. Now, one, I need to have all those buzzwords, coming from a freedom guy. I know you selected these, intentionally, but I need your definition of each of these, And then, for me, data security, did Tim give you the catapult channel test I have on all these social media platforms?
I did not, no.
Oh, it's good. All right, what time is it? How much time we got? I got a couple minutes. The audience knows, so, we can talk about it when we come back live. Bill Ottman and Jack Ottman from Minds. Rob from, Viglione from Horizon. Then we have, what's some of the others? Kingsley Edwards from Float. All these guys, we have accounts on a lot of them. Some we give more attention to than others. But this is the point. We're waiting for the one social media platform that I will pimp the crap out of and be Yahoo for the Yahoo because of what? If you can get it to where I can have my catapult channel on there and it never be deleted. They can't come and send out this, that, go, whatever. So they go catapult. Oh yeah, sure. We got knives, guns, whatever. It's all catapulty, man. You bring it on. And I'm going, no. What I'm talking about is little baby white furry kittens catapulted into sorrel cactuses with spines in their eyeballs and blood dripping down the side and whatever, and all kinds of different posings of the catapults as they go through and you can't take it down because the internet is freaking cats, man. Especially all the coders and everything. They got Dr. Evil with a cat on their lap, and you do anything, even threaten the hair of one single cat, there's going to be somebody in front protesting somebody about something. There's got to be a law, okay? So anything, if I got a catapult channel, that's your freaking test, okay? Are they going to, is my channel secure? Is it going to be there forever and always? Amen.
And this is a very interesting, full conversation.
Yes,
honestly.
it is. And we're going to have it right when we come back, okay? See, the thing is, we have IPFS on Freedom's Phoenix. We did all of Corbett and all of our pirates and everything, so we don't have to worry about this stuff. But the speed is not there yet, but it will be.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
.lrn.fm. Roads? It's the Ernest Hancock Show. Where we're going, there aren't any roads.
We don't need no stinking roads. Okay, this is give them the catapult channel. All right, standard here. Now, Uptrend with 2 N's, uptrend.com is a new platform. It's already got thousands of users. You just got, 5,000 last month or something. So I'm going, okay, so it's up and coming. It's based on Ethereum token that allows for payment as you use it and comment and so on. I don't know where they originally come from. Is it subscription based? Do they, pay with your token as they come in, or Ethereum or something to begin an account, or do they earn it another way?
Free to use. It's 100% free to upvote. Where all the funding comes from is advertisers. We just redistribute that wealth.
Okay, so you have advertisers on the site. You keep your little itty bitty teeny weeny administration of Jeff money, and then it goes out to everybody else based on popularity of their commenting or their weight as they have in some kind of weighted. They got a bunch of people following or something. How do you do that? How do they distribute the token?
Yeah, so essentially every time you get an upvote, whether it's a comment or a post, you earn 1 token. And the higher your level, so you can earn more points, lock them into your account, like you're investing in yourself, you can earn multipliers on that. So 1 upvote could equal 3 tokens, 1 upvote could equal 4 tokens. So really it's like as soon as you get an upvote, you know exactly what you're making based on your level multiplier. Okay.
I need to know the privacy aspect of it. Now in here you go, freedom of speech. So anybody gets to say anything? I mean, how is that monitored, if at all?
Yeah, so all of these 4 pillars there's nuances to all of them, because you can't go full board on anything. Because you have full freedom of speech, you are going to have Silk Road, and we can't have Silk Road. So there's parameters in
Okay, wait. We, who's we, and can't, what does can't mean, and why is it can't?
Right. So we would be the people who are working at Uptrend and pretty much everyone who also uses the website. And can't means it's illegal to do it in many countries that we run the website on and where the company is incorporated, Canada.
So you have servers somewhere.
That's right, yeah.
So there is an address with a GPS coordinates for the Hellfire missile of you better do what the hell we tell you.
Right. Yeah.
Hey man, you think I know how this works? I mean, hell, you even favor Cody Wilson, okay? So this is, I've been with guys that are controversial, that have a lot, man. They get targeted when they want to target you. So I'm just like, this is what's going to happen. So you have a controversial. See, it doesn't make you controversial, really. I mean, you're what is your criteria for? Because in the break, I told him about the catapult thing. So I'm going, all right, I want to have a site that cannot be. I'm going to invest a bunch of time and money putting Freedom's Phoenix up there. I'm going to have all kinds of promotion to go to it, go engage on this. You pimp it, you pump it, and go here, and here's our page of whatever we're on Uptrend. And then something controversial happens. I have no idea. There's some gun confiscation, ban, impeachment, whatever. Last night I had a Russian Orthodox Jew on, came on, do the Trump report, me and Dr. Frank, and podcast A Secret, a book this thick of, oh my God, I know Putin is this and that, and from Mother Russia, and I'm reading and this is happening, the conspiracy of the FBI, and I sent and Trump, shows like that get taken down sometimes, okay? They go, nope, and YouTube says, and we'll decline, Facebook, nope, it's not going up. You have certain words in there, even in the freaking title. Oh, my God, we had a vaccine education summit this last weekend, 150 people there. They start putting up and they don't meet our community standards of Facebook if you're not allowed. This happens to us all the time. So I'm going, all right, so where am I going? Am I going to Uptrend? I don't have to worry about it. What kind of notices you get that you respond to? You see my point? So if I'm going to put this type of investment in it, I'm looking for something that, I don't have to worry about that. Well, I get, but our policy don't mean nothing to me. If those can take it down or do it, I just want to know what the compliance officer is. Is there a person? Is there an email? Somebody sends you something. How does that work to be in good graces with the man? So tell me, from a person that started a small platform wanting to be free and everything, what is it you really have to comply with and how? Help us out understand what this condition you're in.
For sure. Yeah, great points. So essentially, if it's legal, it's allowed on the platform. That's essentially it. The big thing when we're talking about freedom of speech.
Well, then we're country by country. Some things are legal in some places, and in other places it's not.
Right.
Hate
this
speech.
Is a good point.
You violated my self-esteem. You scumbag. You comb your hair wrong. You wear the wrong shirt.
Right.
I mean, whatever the hell. So
so we'd be going by the laws of Canada in this instance.
Oh hell! I'm feeling better there. So, oh my God, Canada has all kinds of hate speech crap going on, doesn't it?
Well, there's that thing with Jordan Peterson that went on recently, but that was kind of put down pretty quick. I haven't seen too much. I mean, you're more of an expert in this topic than I would be, so I'd love to hear what you.
Well, no, I mean, you're getting. Have you or have you not gotten requests, either copyright or obscenity violation, or it said the bad word about something. Somebody's sending you something. Which ones do you listen to? What's the criteria? What's the law? And they'll cite, you're in violation of, you made me feel bad, law number 483. I'm just wondering, who is this person that makes the decision? How do you delete? What's the criteria? Help us out, because I don't know. I mean, this is, everybody's saying, okay, God, who is it? Hell, I can't remember his name. Jeremy Kaufman. So Jeremy does library, okay? Library is like, we got some library, man. Oh, it's good. We go and we spend some time together at Pork Fest. So he's telling me all about it. My IT guy is all excited, and we might do something with them. But what's the big thing? Because of the way their mechanism works, you have nodes. People have these nodes. Now, they don't have to run it, and they sure as heck don't index it. So it won't be on your front page if somebody does something. Well, we're not pushing that because that's like illegal. But it doesn't stop the nodes from having all this stuff. Go talk to the 5,000, 10,000 people that are doing it, and then maybe you can get it down off of stuff. So it's these kinds of questions. What he does is that on library, it's not on the trending page, or it's not on, it's got like a shadow banning thing or something. That's how he's able to get away with it. So from you, when they send it to you and they want something stricken down, or somebody, uploads a copyrighted porno or something, whatever it is, I need to know the mechanism by which it's there and how you take it down, from where, how they're noticed, and just anybody sending you a letter, or does it have to have some shiny badge seal on it or something? You see my point? Help me out, because I don't know. How does that work?
Yeah, for sure. So right now, again, we're very infantile, and we didn't get any funding. So this is just like stage one. And so how stage one is working, to answer the question directly and not skirt around it, is it's a simple. Are we on a break? I hear music.
No, we're going there, but you got 20 seconds.
Okay.
Go.
Okay, yeah. So essentially, if anybody reports it, then a moderator is going to see it, and they can then deem, okay, is this illegal? Is this not legal? Is this in line with our terms and conditions? And that's that.
Okay, so it's a human being.
Human being.
And their title is what? The human being that gets those emails? Or they're like a compliance guy or moderator? Okay?
Yeah.
So this is, all right, we'll be more when we come back.
Has launched a trading platform.
Okay, you see my point though, right? I want to understand the mechanism by which this is done. So there is on your site, I go to it, there is, because do you have to fill out, is there some Canadian, I have a platform, social platform form that you fill out, and they go, well, you better have a compliant officer email or somebody phone number, for us to call, because we want to be buddies and everything, Right? So
yeah, we do have like very strong compliance on the back end, and people can submit to delete their accounts, to do anything that's in line with GDPR. We're full GDPR compliant. However, we don't necessarily put that front and center. We just try to make it easy for the users, and then if they want to go deep down that rabbit hole, it's easy for them to do so.
Okay, when you see this is blocking parts of the page, share. Next. Content blocking can keep part of the content. No. I put some cookie blocking on my preferences last night because I'm slowing down something. Now it's like, I'm sorry. You can't do anything anymore. Because we're uptrend and we want your damn cookies, damn it. Okay.
We've been having some server issues over the last little while, so that might be it. Maybe a quick refresh and you should be good to go.
No, I know what I did. I changed it last night. Let's see. Also, cookie change settings. Accept. I totally agree. I totally agree. All right. Refresh. I am not a robot. Verify. I need mountains or hills. Well, that's subjective.
That's ridiculous. It's funny. Usually, like, I would say 1% of people get that part of the test. So I don't know what you're doing on your computer, but they flagged you as a bot when you get that test.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
I'm flagged for everything. You think I'm kidding, man? This is why this stuff is important. When it's always when it's the most important time. It's Super Bowl time. You know, it's elections or it's some vote or it's some. And I can see it. I mean, I'm on my site. I have a very encompassing, complex kind of its own social media that we created for that. But we're just now getting ready to launch some other. But it works differently, because we came out of old school from back in long story. But the point is that. The interface with the site has so much power for the users. Everything that I can do, I let anybody else can do with certain levels of subscription and so on. But what happens is it's a powerful tool that's used in activism. You can send stuff. You get people subscribe. You have your own database, your own editors, your own advertising. It's kind of like a super Facebook page. But the point is that that power comes with some, you get noticed. They're like, oh, hell no, because we've been active in a lot of stuff. So I'm going, okay, I can do what I want to do on mine, but I have to use centralized serving and so on for, files and all that kind of stuff. That's where IPFS comes in. We're developing that, and I have been for a while. And it went live like last February. And we have every single piece of information, like James Corbett ever wrote or video. Boom, done, forever and always, never going away.
Yeah.
As we develop that, I'm wondering the competition, like Uptrend. We're going to talk about some more details. Here we go.
That shows.lrn.fm.
And I got it up.
It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock. To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800.
Uptrend.com. Uptrend is what it looks like. Now, we're talking to Jeff Kardakis, right?
Nailed it.
All right, Kardakis. All right, let me make sure you get it right. So this is his name. He knows how to say it. All right. This is what the page looks like. Now, on Uptrend, get rewarded to post, comment, and share. Every upvote earns you tokens. Now, the Uptrend token, it's a, what do you call it, ERC20s or something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So an ERC20 Ethereum token, so of course they have, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and the Uptrend token on there. Now, we're looking at it, it's 7 thousandths of a cent, so it's 0.007, if I did that right. So it has value. I mean, it's better than none, and you earn these as you give content. But the thing is where it originally comes from is advertising, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now advertise it. I want to advertise. How do they advertise on your site? Is it is it random? Is it selected by something? Is there data mining on the individuals to give them the most effective display for their advertising? How does that work?
Right. So our second pillar is data security. So we don't sell users' data or use it in leverage for advertisers. So when you want to advertise on the website, all you have to do is you can either create a banner ad or you can just boost a post, and you can do that with the points that you have on the platform. 2 ways to get points. First way is to earn it through making good content, and second way is to buy it through the exchange and then to put it onto Uptrend.
Okay. So you are on the exchange, or they can just directly put in money or Ethereum, what'd you say?
Yes, so two ways to do it right now. First way is to create content, and then you earn
points,
and then you can advertise, or you can purchase the points on an exchange.
Okay, so this is exchange, for all these ERC tokens and so on, is there one exchange that has all of them all the way down to, 000 point, whatever the heck it is, and this is their platform that provides for this kind of usage, right?
There's not, so different tokens are different.
That's the first thing you need to do right there. Boom.
Well, maybe the better answer is there is, but nobody uses it. There's not enough liquidity on it, so you can't buy and sell effectively because you need liquidity to have a good ecosystem. So the exchange that is most frequent for people to buy and sell uptrend is called IDEX, IDEX.
Okay, well, if it has how many tokens does it have on that exchange?
Oh, good question. Maybe
200. Okay, so there's enough. You got a use case for it. It's up there. It's trading. They don't care. They get their cut. All right. So this is now when you first came across Ethereum and what it was able to do to create like these apps on top of this operating system to do what you're doing here. Was this your first thought of what you were going to do with it? You wanted to create a social platform, or so? How did this evolve and why?
Yeah, when I first found out about Ethereum, I had no conceptualization of starting something on my own. I was just really into the ecosystem, and I worked alongside lots of different projects in the past, and just kind of got the run on how the crypto space worked and the ins and outs. And then through that group that network you mentioned, 1.6 million people. At one time, it was a lot smaller, but in that time, I just realized, wow, the algorithm on Facebook is killing everybody. The way that the algorithm works for showing posts is terrible. People are getting shadow banned. Groups are getting deleted. Everyone's just kind of like in this state of permanent fear that the overlord Mark Zuckerberg could shut us down or shut anyone down at any time. And so I thought something has to change. Someone's got to make a platform that's better. And Steam, it was out there, but Steam, it's been overrun by bots and gamification. So I was like, well, let's take a shot at this. Let's throw something out there.
Okay, well, how difficult was it? Did you get a team? Did you do a lot of the coding yourself? Did you copy something else to get you started? I mean, before I go into this and start watching videos, what are the features or differences between this and other social platforms, and where's your advantage?
Right. So, I mean, to oversimplify it for people who are, not familiar with crypto or whatever, but you could just imagine like a platform like Reddit where your content is monetized and your data is never sold. And that's and you're not going to be censored. You're not going to be shadow banned. There's no political agenda.
Oh man, if you're on the list of compliance and somebody sent a letter, this is what I hear from everybody. They go, well, our policy is, and I don't care about your policy. It's when they send this letter and they show the gun and they go like this, yes, and boss, you're going to be doing this. You go, yep. I surely am, and we're going to take care of that ne'er-do-well over there, and he's not allowed. So what has been your experience? I mean, there has to have been somebody, this is Canada, boy. He was saying nasty things about somebody, and have you had to take down channels or content before?
Right, and so the way that we're working around that right now, because that's a very tangible reality, is right now the conversation is only focused on cryptocurrency. We're going to expand more into the future, and that's when we're going to branch off into things like IPFS and full decentralized autonomous networks that are like essentially immutable, on-chain, where we're totally hands-off, no moderators, no outside influence. But right now, just because we're still growing, we don't really have we don't have any outside funding. I've just been bankrolling this thing, trying to get a proven model forwards. We're still very hands-on. The model isn't ideal, like this big utopia final vision that we have. So right now, to kind of pinpoint back to the question, if somebody posts something political, well, it would be removed right now because it's not in the niche topic that we're concentrating on. We're going to slowly branch out into others and open up that conversation.
Okay, so there is... God, does it go into the bilge or something? Does it go down over here? Is it just deleted? I'm sorry, that's off topic. Moderators go, we're not talking about that this week. I mean, is it so you kept the entire platform focused on one issue? Because you know what happens. You get a popular page or something like that, and boom, they start bringing in stories about the cop that gave them a parking ticket they didn't like and they spit on their shoe or something. I mean, they just start going on, whoa, what? We're not even talking about. So who gets to decide what gets talked about where? What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. So if it's not related to cryptocurrency, it's for right now, it's a delete.
By whom? By the system? By moderators? By, so on my channel, things are deleted. Where is it deleted from? What do you mean?
Yeah, so it'd be deleted from the back end by moderators, manual human.
That's
process.
on anybody's channel. It's just, it's like you got a subreddit on blah, 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 something. You go, nope, we're not talking about potholders. We're not allowed. The crochet is not an issue. You're not allowed. Boom, it's gone. No catapult channels. Damn catapulters.
Right now, this won't be the ideal channel for someone who wants to have immutable material. 1 year in the future, we really anticipate that it will be, but it's, we're very transparent that it's not the stage that it's at right now.
Okay, no, I understand. See, I give you an example. Real supportive of Roger Ver and Bitcoin Cash, not because of, the great tech of this or that and wherever it is now. It's the goal, where they're going. Where are you going? They want to be a currency. Bitcoin's like, we're not so much a currency. I go, well, then you're done. So this is what's going on. Yep, see, you're one of the cat guys. I knew it. So you know what I mean, man. You're going, cats, damn it. He's one of them.
I love cats.
When I first did, I'll tell you this. It was a few years ago. I started going, look, man, I tell you, you're free when you can have your catapult channel. And I went on about details and gory whatever. Right outside my studio window here. Well, the staff went out there to get it. It was a kitten in the bush that we have out there. That was just a band. It was a kitten. I mean, that thing couldn't have been more than 3 weeks old, sitting there, black cat. And I'm like, and she brings it in, and I go, okay, maybe not this cat, So, I mean, it got announced with a cat, and the Lord done wanted me to have a cat outside my window when I did it, too. So I'm just going, all right, whatever, Obviously, I'm not advocating, any cruelty, but that's not the point. My point is that the internet is about cats. Coders, anybody, all these geeks, they got a cat on their lap all the time. So if you said, ooh, we're going to have a catapult channel, they get their freedom button tested. You know what I mean? Just how immutable am I? Well, if that's the goal, we'll keep paying attention because somebody's going to do it. When they have a social media platform that's immutable, how do you filter out the crap?
The overall picture in the real estate market today is one of frustration when you take many factors into consideration. The housing market pundits would have you believe that everything is okay, but the long-term trending on the real estate numbers say otherwise. You are starting to see another wave of commercial and retail center vacancies, which follows a downturn in the residential market. So when you are ready to sell your house, I can help. This is Donna Hancock with Silver Alliance Realty in Phoenix, Arizona, and I can take some of the guesswork out of the home selling process, providing you with market trends in your area and detailing what you can expect before, during, and after the transaction. Being in the real estate business for almost 20 years now has afforded me knowledge of the market, networking with industry specialists along the way. And that includes professionals that can help after the sale to help protect your assets. So let's get moving today. Please feel free to call or message me at 602-828-1819. That's 602-828-1819. Or visit my webpage at donnahancock.com.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its...
Okay, now what I'm showing here, this is Pirates Without Borders. Now, when you go to Freedom's Phoenix, you have here, I do this. You go to Freedom's Phoenix, you'll see on the left here, it says IPFS. That's where you can see that. If you go into the show that we're doing, when you scroll down a little bit, we put all that IPFS stuff in there, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we're, live broadcasting on, yada, yada, yada. Now, right here, you'll see the hash for Freedom's Phoenix, Pirates Without Borders, and the Corbett Report. Now, they've also done We Are Changed, Luke's videos, and, a bunch of other guys. Now, they're working on the scripting that, they got that finished. They're just pulling all the videos, go straight into IPFS. Now, with Corbett, he did a sitemap for us, and so we had to learn all that. And my guy, within 18 hours, boom, we got Corbett Report, saved forever and always, amen. Now, the thing is that the IPFS gateway that you have to go through, that's kind of a slowdown. Now, Brave and Opera are including IPFS in their browser. Okay, so that'll be within, I don't know, however many months when they ever get that done. So then you don't have to have an IPFS running on your computer. It'll be in the browser to be able to go straight to it. The problem is the resolve of, you go Freedom's Phoenix for the audience, I'm sure you know, but you go freedomsphoenix.com, well, that resolves that to a number, and that number is an address on a server or whatever, and they go get the data. IPFS works a little bit differently to where it goes out kind of like Tor, and it's like, where's the file? And it can be replicated in 15 gazillion places, and we're working on like pre-search, and some of the other guys are working on an IPFS index that will be the search. So that constantly changes, but it's always there that can be searched. You see my point? So that you got the metadata that goes to this hash, because a hash don't mean nothing. I mean, it's just, a hash. But there's like formatting, just like Yahoo did in the 90s. They were just guys. They go, yeah, this is a cool thing, this is a cool thing. Send us a list of all your cool stuff, and we'll put it up on our list of cool. And then, of course, Google did what they did, botted everything. Well, resolving of you put in something and the name that's IPNS, the naming system, that's where the bottleneck is. And I'm thinking that it's like intentional. I'm going, there's something, wait, everybody's building they see what's coming in there, and it should be us, do it first, so they're kind of, I'm getting the impression that there's something big coming. And I don't know if the developers got everything out to make it faster if they want. I don't know. We're trying to find people we've been talking to while we're doing it. I mean, it's like, look, we're not waiting on you guys. We're doing it. Because it was part of the financial system of Filecoin. Filecoin was to be like made safe and all this that we worked on. So that's why we're doing it that way. All right. Here we come back.
Discord.lrn.fm.
And then the
That's
letters.
Discord.lrn.fm.
Here. Boom.
Freedom is the answer. What's the question?
I want to break free.
You're listening to Ernest Hancock.
I want to break free.
I
want to break free from your lies. You're so self-satisfied. I don't need you.
Oh, I got to break free from what? All right, well, this is what we're looking at. Now, bring this to the attention of Jeff, and I want to make sure that you see the second letter of Captain Mark and the third letter. The second letter is about cryptocurrency. I need to have pirate currency. I need to have privacy. I need to be able, being able to spend the money. And I need crypto because on my spaceship, man, I'm not hauling around gold all over the place, all over the solar system. So I'm needing something I can maintain value and I can have some pirate money. So that's what that's about. The third letter of Captain Mark is on privacy. This is, we're tired of poltergeist in the static. We need hailing frequencies invisible to the crown. I don't even want them to know that I even sent anything, or to whom, or much less what the heck it said. So this is where we have that. Now, letters of reprisal, the most recent one that we've done, this is the fourth letter, is scuttlebutt. What that is basically is on reputation. And that you have an ID that goes to you, and your reputation precedes you. It's not a state-issued ID. It is something that we validate. And I think if you're going to have any kind of reputation score for anybody or anything, you need to know who your reputation mean, because if you don't know who it is, then what the heck's the difference? So these are things that we've been thinking about that would apply to platforms such as yours. So I encourage you to go, take a look at that stuff. Now, the main thing is, so my point is, we've been thinking about this a long time. We've been thinking about it hard. We've been, looking for a solution. If your goal is to get to the point of immutability that I can put an enormous amount of investment like these guys do, Luke Radowski, enormous amount of investment in We Are Change on YouTube. And then he goes, my backup channel is getting more than my primary now. I go, wow, really? Where's your backup channel? YouTube. And I'm going, you're killing me, man. So they would go to something else if there was something else to go to. So in the future, if you're still got the man sending you the letter, what's your ultimate goal? Where are you trying to be?
Well, to answer the question, it's because obviously, the conversation that we're having right now, the ultimate goal is for anybody to be able to post anything, full freedom of speech. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
So, and then the question is if it's full freedom of speech, then there's going to be some stuff that's going to get posted that's illegal. There's going to be stuff that's nefarious. There's going to be stuff that's, illegal. It's the easiest way to say it. And if that's getting posted and there's a person or an entity behind that platform, they're going down. 100%.
Yep.
So the question then becomes, who's going to create a platform that is essentially like a Bitcoin style software where we don't know who created it. It's just sprung up. It operates like a decentralized autonomous organization. And it's just in the ethos of this thing that can't be shut down. It's on IPFS and no one really knows who's hosting it because all the nodes are private. That's the ideal. Will Uptrend get to that stage? At this point, I'd say I'd have to really doubt it for people being able to post anything like another version of Silk Road, because there's an incorporation behind it, there's a face behind it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to have an interview with anyone. So I can't see it becoming.
Well, I haven't interviewed Satoshi Nakamoto and it still works. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Someone needs to. Like, Uptrend's already too far gone, I guess. To be
No. I understand.
Yeah.
But they go. I mean, if you went, more uptrendy, or something, part 2 point kiss my butt, So this is the goal. This is why we do a lot of the activism that we do, because I don't have the skills to do this, but I do have the desire for it. And if I can show a free market demand for privacy, it's like when Zencash was going, and now Horizon. Rob Viglione comes on, and this was like a couple of years ago, and towards the end of the interview, his IT guy on, there's like a minute left, and I go, look, I just want pirate communications, man. I just want to be able to send a private. Don't you have a memo field that you can do somebody something? What? He goes, yeah, we do that. And I go, what do you mean you do that? In the last minute, you're telling me that? You lead with that, okay? Well, I had him on the following May. That was October. They come back, boom! It shot up the value of Horizon. And I'm going, wow, what happened? He goes, it was after your show. And I go, what do you mean? Well, he goes, well, you get to declare your independence bump. But, I mean, the main thing was, he goes, we changed our marketing. We started to emphasize our privacy components of this, and it shot up. They didn't realize how much value that had to have a quick little, Trump tweet of nobody gets to take it down, or, it stays forever and always, and amen, and it's private. And I'm going, yeah, there's value in that. So that is my campaign, because I know that is what's going to free the planet and us have alternative. When the economy goes to crap, it's crap, and we're taxing the living crap out of you, and we're regulating everything. But you got to use this so that we can control you and turn off your bank account, And I'm going, then what the hell was the point? I thought blockchain was going to free me by the time this happened. Well, it's a decade later, and here she come. It's time to do it. So these are the goals that I'm looking for, and I want to help promote. If this is your goal, it's time. Hey, man, we'll go on for the ride. We'll say what's up. But I need to know what the goal is, because the technology isn't all there yet. And the reason we did the IPFS is I got tired of waiting. So you're saying now I can, but you can't integrate in the financial, the payments. It doesn't really work with the privacy aspect of the job. I'm going, but I can put files up and they be there forever. Yeah, but you can't. I mean, what do you mean, but? Either I can or I can't. You can. Okay, boom, I'm there. Done.
Right.
Next. You see my point? So what has been the holdup?
Oh, yeah, I mean, well, the holdup, for example, like, you just mentioned it, IPFS is really, really slow to implement. Even right now, to run a node or to run a server, you don't get rewarded. Like, that's what Filecoin is going to bring.
Right.
The ability to
That's
host
what MadeSafe is all about. We were really pushing with MadeSafe. They're still out there doing whatever. So this is we didn't get the, I'm glad we had this conversation, and we're running out of time, and we'll have a little bit of after show. So those of you guys on the stream, we're going to keep talking. But so we got another, a segment worth of that. But it's not what made you this way. We got to have you back on, because we haven't done since your first memory at 3 years old, and which coach or teacher or parent or uncle that made you, freedom-minded. So we got to get to know that. So real quick, you're this way because of what?
I would say because of too many rules being imposed on me.
That'll do it. Do it. So, and you're from Canada?
That's right.
All right, what town is it? How big a town had all these rules on you?
It was just north of Edmonton. So there's Edmonton, which is in Alberta, but then there's a little small kind of white suburbia called St. Albert, and that's where I grew up in.
Which is Alberta, Ontario, near Quebec, near Vancouver. I mean, you're assuming I even know where the hell you're talking about.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. So there, the province where Vancouver is, British Columbia, it's the next province over to the east.
Okay, so you're just north of Washington State up there, or north of...
Exactly,
okay.
Rocky Mountains.
All right. Yeah, when you know where Banff is or whatever, right?
Oh, yeah, those are my stomping grounds.
I stayed at the Mount of Cinnabon up there 2 summers, in the, petting the grizzly, you take a helicopter in kind of deal,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm like, I get it, and we did the Skytram and the Banff and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just going, yep, I know what you're talking about. It's beautiful in the summer. I mean, it's just awesome. Winter, it's probably white, It's like, whatever. There's white and there's not white.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got to meet and talk about this because I really think that anyone that has taken the technology available and created a platform that has these aspects are all specialized. And what you're doing, you're specializing in crypto. We talk crypto. It's a place for crypto. More about that other stuff later. You can keep it, you can make it to where it stays its own bubble thing if you want. You can create a bunch of different bubbles. It's kind of like a Reddit thing. You can do whatever you want. That's why you said Reddit. Okay, I get it. Mm-hmm. All right. So how long have you had it up and running?
9 months now.
And how many users do you have?
Well, now we're at 20,000 right now. And
Woo.
yeah, like I said, we've been hitting about 1,000 every day, actually. So we're like really hitting this big hockey stick right now.
Okay, why do you think? Because of what?
I think the word is just getting out. We haven't put any money into marketing, but people are starting to see I can actually make money on this platform. And especially in, you could say like, I don't want to say tier 3 countries, but that's how they're classified online. People are earning double their daily salary. Because like over 50% of the world lives on less than $250 a day. So people are earning like $10-20 a day on Uptrend.
Oh my God.
They're like, well, this is my job now. So it's been incredible.
Well, what would be the limit on somebody making stuff? It always got changed, demonetized, remonetized, upmonetized.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You hear in the background? That sounds like that's a little bit of who is that? Oh, that's Aerosmith. Boom! Demonetize your old thing, and all the stuff goes to the publisher of something. You see me?
Right.
So I'm just going. These guys run up against what?
Is spreading the message of liberty.
Okay, now we're at the end. We got another, 5-6 minutes or so, but I wanted to make sure we got to know you a little bit. But on the around the world, crypto has made it to where people. I knew it was coming. It was proof when they had the M-Pesa, when it was. What was the number? It was like 40% of GDP in Kenya was in cell phone minutes. Do you remember this? They had their
I didn't hear
they
that.
had their
That's
Nokia
great.
flip phones, okay? And the phone company gave them the ability to transfer cell phone minutes. So I can give you cell phone minutes, okay? Well, they go,
Right.
well, how many cell phone minutes for that dozen eggs? How many
Wow.
how many cell phone minutes do I get for this here rack of lamb or something? So all of a sudden, Kenya, boom, overnight went 40% of GDP because their currency was crap. Because people
Right.
on their Nokia flip phones, of which there's a billion of them out there. This is why Voorhees went and did Coinapult out of Panama. He wanted to have, because they didn't have a smartphone, but they had a billion of these flip phones that were able to send text messages, so that would be like a crypto thing. So what they did is said, if we can be a third party, which I know is sin in crypto world, but he goes, if I can be a trusted third party and them do their cell phone, their Nokia flip phone Bitcoin transactions, boom. We just opened up the world to whatever. So that was kind of, then the man didn't like it, and they go, yeah, screw you, and he does shapeshift, and the man don't like that, and I'm sure he's doing something else he's not telling us about, because Eric just comes out and goes, hello. So that'll happen. But the fact that you could do Nokia flip phones, that there's a billion of them, and all across Africa and so on, to bypass Western Unions, we charge you $50 billion to send 50. It is. That right there, I saw it. Here it comes. It's going to be an overnight thing. It's going to be something use case of, and here we go. So when you have Uptrend, is it just in English around the world? Do you have other people subscribed in other languages? Does it show up in other characters up there? How does that work?
Yeah, right now it's English only. We are working on getting a site-wide translator, so you'll be able to post in any language, see the site in any language, and everything just gets flipped and translated.
Yeah, we started off with, we have Google Translator on. You can push a button and you get like 40 languages that you can read it in. But a lot of the people in, kids in Europe go, ooh, look, we got in Polish. They go, that's like caveman talk. He goes, we all speak English, dummy. You know, and I'm going, oh, okay, there's that. I didn't think of that. But so English is primary anyway. But I'm the 9 months that you've been doing this, is this occupied most of your time? I mean, is this your focus? You know, is this going up? And then why do you think the flood is coming in right now?
Yeah, it takes up for sure over 75-80% of my waking hours. And the flood, yeah, like I mentioned, I think it's just really starting to catch on in developing nations where they're like, wow, this is a way for us to pretty much escape poverty in a lot of cases. People are like, hey, I've now afforded groceries for my family or electricity for my house. So the word of mouth is spreading really quickly. These guys are putting on monster presentations to campuses.
Yeah, I see you, Glenn. Go ahead and turn off your mic for a little bit, Glenn. I'll be right with you. Glenn.
All right, Glenn, it's off.
Yeah, Glenn, go ahead and turn off your mic. Glenn, go ahead and turn off your mic for a little bit.
Yes, it's off.
Hello. Hey, Glenn. Glenn. Yeah, whatever. It's Glenn Cripe coming on next hour.
Yeah.
Can you guys turn off your mic?
Okay.
Can you guys hear me? There we go. There you go. Okay, that's good. So I'd like to schedule you again. I'm going on the road for a month, and I won't be back till the end of October. But Donna, can you ping him, right after, and see if we can schedule him like early November or something? I want to, instead of me yakking at him all the time, let him talk next time. So we'll go ahead and do that. Well, we want to get introduced to you and say, yo, what's up? And kind of promote this. But I'm very interested in so you're new, but you got 20,000 people, and I'm going, all right, I want to, from an intimate look of a smaller platform as this uptrend goes, because it's common. And it's going to be dispersed out on there. Everybody's just going to see which one kicks. Because any one of them could. It could be, you get this one guy over there going, oh my God, library got, Jordan Peterson, it's going to, well, maybe not. What gets promoted is what they promote. So I want to make sure, and for me, what I'll promote, what gets promoted, is the immutability of the data. That's kind of my point. Because all this effort goes in and it's gone. So now people, memory's getting really cheap. I can go buy a terabyte, SSD drive for $79. I'm going, well, hell, I just got all my stuff anyway, and I'll be a node and suck it. In fact, what we've done is we have Raspberry Pis, and we're doing it to the 4s now. They got a new model coming out. A Raspberry Pi, a terabyte SSD drive. We got laser cutter, the box and everything. Put that bad boy in there. We're selling it as pirate boxes of immutable data forever and always. And you're on our node if it comes preloaded with all the Liberty community. They can suck it. You see my point?
That's awesome. I love it.
But they sync with each other. So what happens is when any one of us, James puts up data, I put up data, then they sync with the other ones, and we have our own network, node system, pirate boxes, and we'd be pirate communications. We can all kinds of pirate, and the thing costs, I don't know, the whole thing with $150. I mean, seriously. So you see, I'm dead serious about this. And I need platforms that are going to have the same function that I'm looking for, but do it better, faster, part of a community, or freaking I'm doing it. And I'm going to do it the way I want to do it, and that's just the way it's going to be done. I'll go get me an uptrend just so I can promote me doing it. You see my point?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, we'll have a lot to talk about. I want to keep track of what you're doing and how they're coming in, because I think you're going to be in a flood, and when you are and you got some kind of traction, there's the letters from the man going to try to explain it to you.
Right.
You need to take this filter. And that's what we're trying to do, like in the forums on pirates and so on, is that we are set our own filters. When you talk about everybody's going to put up the porny of what, like even on Freedom's Phoenix, I put, all right, do you want to see lewd and offensive comments? I mean, you put anything that has these words or whatever I just said, boom, you hit that box, you never even see it. It's a self-filtering thing. So like in the forums on pirates, this guy is just spamming it. Send them to the bilge. You want to go to the unfiltered, unregulated, go to the bilge in the pirate ship. Man, you can get some. But other than that, this guy, I don't like him. Oh, I'm going to get the list of Captain Mark that says these guys all suck. I'll just import that, and they all go. Self-filtering. I want the power to do it myself. But if you don't have that power, this is just a wasted platform, because what do these guys do? They look for a popular platform to go in and market all their crap, and you're sitting there deleting spam all day. You know, I know this. So I'm looking, you got solutions, and it becomes an effective thing, and go out, man, I'm all over it, and we can pimp you. Deal?
Love it. We're on it.
Donna's going to contact you. We'll get you early November, and we'll get some updates on this, all right?
Perfect. Thanks for having me on, Ernest.
You bet.
Super appreciate it.
Peace, guys.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Yeah! The fear, hear and declare your independence. Me, Ernest Hancock, here in Phoenix, Arizona, from the beautiful studios of Phoenix.com. Oh, we're going to have some more fun. Glenn Cripes on with another Language of Liberty batch, for us to talk to. Now, you guys got the light behind you. That light behind you just makes you all silhouette. If you guys could put the camera on the other side and where the light is on your face, then it'd be a lot easier to make it out.
How about opening the buttons? How about turning on the light? Yeah, we should just turn the camera.
There you go. I see people. There you go. All right.
This is a high-tech group here.
Okay. Yeah, they can flip a light switch. All right, so that's good. All right, what we're going to do is Glenn Cripe, he's, all right, I tell you our experience so you kind of understand what's going on. Now, Glenn, help me out when I get something wrong here, okay?
Okay.
Glenn is part of a discussion group that I would go to every month, like 9 months out of the year, and it's they, them, those of the liberty movement here, and doctors and lawyers and judges and think tanks and everybody that's kind of we prefer some more freedom. Well, Glenn, inspired by, I'm sure, his own upbringing and that, he's a freedom guy, and he goes, yeah, I'm retired, got a little bit of money, I want to do something for the home country. And his family, his ancestors, his grandparents and so on, are from Slovakia. Slovakia? Ha! I got it right. Woo! Okay, so in Slovakia, he goes, yeah, they need a little bit of America. A little bit of freedom, a little bit of the English version, Judeo-Christian Western style of the famous writers of John Locke, Adam Smith, Jefferson kind of thing. That would have a big impact on these people coming out from behind the curtain, a little bit more. They don't have that culture, that heritage in recent generations. So we're going to go to the young and expose them to the ideas of, oh, guess what? There's this individual thing, and you own yourself, and peace be upon thee, and everything goes from there. And they like, really? Well, let's talk about it. So that's Language of Liberty is in English. So when we had a lot of these people, they come here and we'll interview them, and I'll go, oh, look at Freedom's Phoenix, man, we translate into 39 languages. And they go, God, that's like Google caveman talk. We speak English, Ernie. I go, oh, okay, well, there's that. So now the Language of Liberty, English, that's where that comes from. Now, so they've had a lot of batches from around the world of people that have come in, people that have been on the edge with their countries threatened with death and damnation if they come back because they had a picture of them firing an AK-47 in Arizona where it's legal. And you are not allowed to inspire the feminist women of our country of here, and you did a documentary and you're so freaking not allowed. All right? We have guys from Venezuela. That was from Nepal. Then we got guys from Venezuela. Yeah, he was there advocating for freedom when Maduro's not so advocating freedom no more. And he said, you know what? You come back here, we got a cell for you. All right? I think I want to stay in Merca. So this has been very interesting following Glenn and his people that are getting this information. Then you have like application process for them to pick a team that will go and do different things. So how far off am I, Glenn? Fill in gaps on there and explain it to the people.
Yeah, no, that's good, Ernie. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So far, we've gone to 30 countries. We've had more than 75 programs. Most of them are 5-day sort of conference. We call it Liberty Camp or Liberty English Camp. In some countries, we don't use the word liberty because we get in trouble. So we call it something like entrepreneurship camp or youth opportunity camp.
Okay, wait, you get in trouble. What kind of trouble? Liberty, a bad word? You know, they don't like the green statue or something? I mean, what are you talking about?
Sure, yes. In places like Ethiopia, the danger is not so much to us, but it's to our local partners and to our students.
Oh, okay.
So it's sort of a marketing issue because the content we actually give them, what we actually discuss, is pretty much the same everywhere.
So when you say entrepreneurship, you know, even your most commie socialist regime of whatever they're going, entrepreneur, that means like money, right? The man's going to come make us. We just had a gentleman it's called Uptrend with 2 N's. Uptrend, you know, for those on you can see our switcher here. That Uptrend is a website that is really made for crypto discussion, kind of like a Reddit, but it's becoming a social media thing. But it pays people to provide content. And he goes, there are people, by our standards, out there making $10 a day on this. Doesn't mean nothing. But when they're making $2 a day, and all of a sudden they're $10 a day, woohoo, we're rich, okay? So this has totally changed entrepreneurship. You know, you've had guys coming in from Nigeria. You know, I remember us talking to people in Africa, and they're screaming, stop sending us aid. You know, just the rich guys and the politicians get it all. We get screwed even more, and you're just giving them resources to screw us. Quit giving us money because it ain't coming to us. You know, that kind of thing. So,
well, yes, plus it destroys the local markets.
This is you know, just an understanding that a lot of people around the world are starting to get. Are these guys? You know, what is it that they're learning? And, you know, introduce them and give us a kind of a spread on which countries and names and just go quickly around the room there. Will you, Glenn?
Sure. Well, first I want to introduce Tom Jacob, who you know, he visited us in Arizona 2 years ago, wasn't it? So do you see him? You see his lovely face here?
Yeah, I see him. I probably don't recognize it as much upside down, but, you know, it's good to see you again.
There you go. So Tom and Rugi drove down from Switzerland, and they are with us for a few days. And I'll introduce another person you know, Mira. She was in Project Arizona in 2018.
17. Yeah. From the first class of Project
Okay, now what country were you from? Remind me.
From Ukraine.
Ukraine, you know, you got a lot of Ukrainians, you know, they get represented. Poland, Ukrainian, and Russia, you know, they're definitely, you know, always on the list. You know, 08, wow, man, you're like old now, you know, so. No, you were like a teenager, you were early 20, that was a long time ago.
I was 19 yeah.
Yeah, man, now you're a decade later, and how was your experience changed you?
Oh, really? Like for these 2 years, really changed a lot. Like, not only I get more used to this all stuff connected to the English camps and so on, but also I changed a lot in my life. I moved to another city, and now I am more into the libertarian unity, if I can say so, because I've been to 2 more conferences and to 2 more liberty camps, and now I'm one of the people at my university who is governing many issues connected to the governing university, if I can say so, by students. So it gives me a possibility to implement more libertarian ideas like in words.
Well, how? What are you at university? Are you faculty or something? Or what are you talking about?
I'm talking about when you are like in university government is students who form a community and are able to make rules and laws at the university.
And what's your interface with them? Are you a student? Are you a teacher? You just visit? What?
I'm doing my master's degree, so I'm still a student, but on the last year of education.
And also you have a community you built on campus.
Yes.
Oh, you're in trouble now.
As a student, I have an opportunity to do this, yeah.
You have an opportunity to get on a list. If you're going to be on the list, be on top of the list. It's safer there. We'll be more with Language of Liberty, Glenn Kripe, and his students when we come back. We'll be right back.
Okay.
From the third letter of Captain Mark. The Crown's observation conditions us to be dishonest with ourselves. Therefore, constant surveillance produces a society of constant deception. Honest communication is the seed of civilized conduct. To deny us this seed is to deny us its fruits. But the Crown's primary objective is to stifle free thought itself, to make its subjects incapable of dissent. Seasoned pirates have always encrypted messages and codes and ciphers, so intercepted transmissions were incomprehensible. But today the Crown possesses advanced tools of pattern recognition that document, profile, and predict our every move. Today, piracy requires hailing frequencies completely invisible to the Crown. We are tired of poltergeists in the static. Looking for a community of like-minded scoundrels, or just want some swag to let the Crown know what you think of it? Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com.
I've been told no in many...
Hey, Glenn, I saw that you've hooked up with Alessandro. Uscillo from Italia.
Yes, he's coming for the weekend. He's not able to get here until tomorrow evening, but he'll be with us for the weekend.
Have you met with him yet?
Oh yes, we've met several times in Rome.
So see.
Oh yeah, he's great. We have a good time.
Yeah,
it will be his first time at a Liberty camp, so that's exciting. He's bringing his wife and one daughter as well.
Oh, you get to see the daughter, Domitia, lovely woman. Okay,
Yes.
I'm glad. Yeah, the world keeps getting smaller, man, and you're helping me, so that's good. All right. So you're in Italy right now.
Yes, we are near the nearest big town is Sorrento. We're not far from Amalfi, and we chose this place. And there are no Italian students here. So this is quite interesting. The Italian students have already started their classes, so this is a bad time for them. But they are not, for this particular camp, this is very unusual. Our market is more Central and Eastern Europeans who can get cheap flights to Naples. So we marketed to them and said, come and spend your last free week of summer at the beautiful Amalfi Coast, Sorrento Coast. And we get a good price for the hotel. So we're in a beautiful location, and it's a very different place for most of the students. We have 2 alumni from Project Arizona with us. We have 5 alumni from previous Liberty camps with us, and we have about 8 teachers. So
Well,
it's unusual.
the students here are they kind of, pick me. I want to go to Arizona. Is that what happens? You have like mud wrestling to determine who gets on the list or something. How's that work?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. The people you have met for 3 years in Project Arizona, some have come from our meeting at Liberty camps. Not everyone, but 3 or 4 we know because they were from, like Kamala this spring from Nepal. We met her.
How is she? What happened? Did she go back?
Yes, and she got married, and we were in Nepal last week, but we were not able to hook up with her for a reunion. But I think she's doing well. So I have 6 other people here. Do we have time to talk to everyone?
Yeah, we go ahead and do it. Well, that's what I was going to do. I wanted to go ahead and get the names because I have them here. Let's see, we're coming back in just a few seconds. Is Greg there? Bartiomej, Adam, Kyle, Andy. So we'll go through the names. You can introduce them. Here we go.
On share at dlive.lrn.fm. That's dlive.lrn.fm.
Yeah, give you some American.
Call 602-264-2800. 602-264-2800. And now, Ernest Hancock.
And we're right back with Glenn Kripe and Language of Liberty. I had to, here it is. I had my audio in the wrong way. I had some music. I'm going to give you some Elvis Presley, man. I'm going to give you all America. We're going to hunka burning love. We'll do it when we get back. What we're going to do is I want to get introduced to each one of them real quick. And so who do I have here, Glenn?
Okay, this is Luca from Georgia Republic.
Luca Suthashvili.
Hey, not bad.
How close am I? Okay, you say it.
Luca Suthashvili.
Yeah, but you said it with a lot more confidence. Anyway, so go. All right, so Luca from the Georgia Republic. This is interesting. How did you come across these guys? How did you know about? Why did you know? What uncle, coach, or former employer, parent, grandma made you to where you even gave a crap about liberty? So start off with that.
Okay, sir. So I should start with NLI. So there's an American lady, Christina Pusho, who started NLI, New Death Initiative in Georgia. Okay, that was summer camp, 5 days. The issues was like international politics and this kind of stuff, and activism in Georgia, social activism, not only. And there I was kind of active, and I met the Jacek, the leader of the Liberty, this organization, right? The Language of Liberty, correct?
And Project Arizona.
Project Arizona, Jacek, they were good friends.
Yes. Yes, we discussed about a lot of things, including the liberty ideas, libertarianism, the example of Poland, Blinking Rights Project, so on, so on. And after this, he shared the application link of this Liberty Camp 2019. So I'm here now, doing my best.
Okay, so what is it you do? I mean, how old are you?
I'm 22.
22. Are you still in school?
I study at university, sir. I study law.
Okay, so you're still studying law. You're going to be a lawyer in what country?
Okay, I will. I'm planning the. To be honest, I'm not sure for first because this project, this kind of project, has huge impact on me. So I think I'm going to change my future career.
To making some money, to business. You got some contacts. You got an infrastructure of people around the world. Go make some money. You about making some money? Is it all about money?
To be honest, I want to make a change, not money. But money is important as well.
Okay, so his focus is a change to what?
To mentality of my country, first of all, to develop, to improve.
Okay, and Georgia, you don't think is on the Liberty bandwagon yet? You want to create one? You want to do it? What?
Okay, first of all, I want to participate in the Liberty Movement, and I'm gonna participate in the conference on 12th of October in the Batumi. There's the ESFL, there's the Georgian Students for Liberty. So I will start to actively involve in this kind of movements, and later on we'll see.
All right,
I'll do my best.
That's a good introduction. We have this last season we had a gentleman from north of Moscow. I don't know what was the big town up there. Anyway, he had a newspaper, and Putin didn't like it too much. It wasn't flattering. So he gets targeted. Kind of stuff happens, and he had, I'm gonna get me some Putin. Woo! We're gonna change it through politics. I'm like, I think you're a lot better off you do it through business. Make money, have some influence. It's good to see that you guys are getting the right influences on this and see it's not just about making money. It's about the freedom to make money, and how you can do it. Go ahead and give me another one, Glenn. Let's go through the line here. Thank you.
Okay, Kyle, why don't you come?
All right, Kyle, you got the drill, man. Where are you from? How did you find out about this? Why did you come? And what do you plan on doing with the information? And go.
All right, I'm from Spokane, Washington. I'm a doctor.
Go away, I don't care about you. You're from Spokane. No, I'm sorry. All right, so you're from, I'm afraid what accent I was going to get. Okay, so Spokane, Washington, and you're in Europe on this. How?
Well, so I'm also on the board of directors of Liberty International, which is kind of the parent organization under which you have Language of Liberty Institute and Project Arizona. So I've been on the board for almost 3 years now, trying to help build the organization. I got to know Glenn through that work. He invited me to get involved with Language of Liberty Institute. So this is the second event that I've attended. The first one was a Liberty Camp in Uganda earlier this year. And it's really my passion to spread libertarian ideas and to teach about liberty and teach about capitalism all around the world. So that's what I do. In the last year, I've spoken in Mongolia. Let's see, where else? Mongolia, Uganda, Colombia. We're going to, and next, in a couple of weeks, we're going to do a tour of Colombia. We're going to do 5 cities. We're going to do day-long libertarian seminars, really focusing around the Venezuelan crisis, which I'm really involved in because I'm going down over and over again to the Venezuelan border to provide medical care to refugees.
Very cool. Well, this is, what Glenn's been doing and the tack that he took. And, of course, he knows. See, you're talking about ISIL, right? International Society for Individual Liberty. Right. And then it got turned to something else because of they did the, I don't care. Anyway, the thing is I know it is ISIL. Everybody just get over it. But the point is, this organization, when Glenn started doing this, of course, he knows all these guys and so on. And we're good friends with Ken Schoolin and so on. So I'm going, all right. You see what he was doing and the young minds and the A-type personalities that he was having an influence on in their country, because we've gone through this. We talk to these guys sometimes regularly every year or so, and they go on over the years. They have a big impact in their community, and all of a sudden you got 2, 3, 4, 5 A-type activists of butt-kicking in Kiev. Man, you have an impact. I can see, international, you guys going, ooh, we want to play with y'all. This is what we've been trying to do for decades, and Glenn's doing it in, a few years, and you want to help. I can see how it benefits you. Has Glenn been an impact on your organization to do more of this kind of youth-oriented stuff?
Oh, I think so, absolutely. Liberty International has been around for a long time, but recently has really struggled because we've kind of had our previous programs kind of got a little old. And so we've been working on really finding our niche and finding our mission, and Glenn's really helped us with that because our niche is educating young people about liberty, and so this is the direct work of doing that, and it's going to be the basis of which we build Liberty International back up to the large organization that it once was, because this is important work. We're spreading libertarian ideas in every corner of the globe.
Yeah, no, we made use of it. Kent hooked us up with translators in Moscow to translate into Arabic the philosophy of liberty animation. That
oh,
they
yes,
had.
Yes.
So when we did that, we put 3,000-4,000 DVDs in Tahrir Square in Egypt. And we're just going, yep, during Arab Spring. You guys, let me tell you what you're fighting about. Self-ownership. Put that up and it went boom! And they go, what the hell just happened? See, I'm telling you, man, it's the youth, and you just give them the philosophy. It's infectious. So I'd be paying attention to the kind of work that Glenn's doing. You guys should be like helping and stuff. You guys helping? Are you helping?
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Ernie, there, we've got a bunch of butt kickers here for sure.
Okay, no, it's a seed. It's the right people. I take any one of my Freedom's Phoenix readers up against 10,000 of anybody else. It's it's the knowledge, it's the presentations, the confidence that they get in their own language. You see this throughout Europe. The stuff that Glenn's been doing and the students, that's more impact on an entire continent of Europe than, I don't know, anything else I can think of. It's getting them at the root with the youth and just these infectious ideas of self-ownership. I know what's going to happen, why we pay attention. We're going to get to the other guys when we come back, get a full introduction from Glenn Cripe, Language of Liberty, in just a little bit. We'll be right back.
That's so nice.
The Free State Project.
Okay, go ahead and line me up with a...
We'll see you at 5.
Yeah, at 5? What's happening at 5?
Our class.
Oh, yeah.
Next lecture.
So you have, what time is it there now?
It's 4:30 p.m.
Okay, it's not that bad.
No, it's fine. And we have a long lunch break, and we start in half an hour. We start our lectures again. We have about 2.5 hours of lecture and discussion, and then a nice Italian dinner.
Okay, now, who am I talking to now? What's this gentleman's name? Who the guy that's in...
Yeah.
Next up, what's your name?
Yeah, good day, how are you doing? My name is Adam, I'm from Hungary.
Adam Wheelo?
Yeah, it's actually Volkan, but I'm paranoid, so I put my false name first. I wanted to know what I'm getting into.
I just want to know what I'm supposed to call you.
Just call me Adam.
Adam, all right, we'll go Adam. All right. Now, and you're from Hungary. Now, Hungary, what I want to get from you, I'll give you the same questions and so on, but one of the main things from Hungary is Hungary seems to be on a different tact. They're a little bit different than Europe, a little bit more rebellious, a little more populist, you know, and hey, man, we're not going with the flow and a bunch of your crap. Are they going to break? Is Hungary's in the EU, isn't it?
Yes, it
Do
is.
they want to be?
That's a good question.
I know. So I asked it. So,
well, there are quite a few people who are skeptical and think we would be better off. Well, there are other people who would like to keep the benefits. Most people actually would stay in the EU if we could reform the EU to be actually less restrictive and authoritarian, going less towards the direction of China.
You don't.
Keep it on the path of being.
You don't need whatever. Yeah, you got stuff.
I said tear it all down and build it new, but
you get rid of the politicians and anybody that wants to sell you stuff, and you got resources to get it. There's trade. It's called FedEx. I mean, whatever. I am so sick and tired of all of these forms and fill out permission slips of how you're going to. I go, this is freedom. Here, come join our freedom thing where we can regulate everything. I just, it doesn't make sense. And hopefully you guys are learning this at this stage. So I'm going to drill in on a little bit about how Ukraine is now, what's the future, why it would change, why you're there, because you're a little bit older. You're not 22, are you?
No, I'm 27.
Oh my God, you old guy. Okay. So, you're past the halfway mark to being 30. Oh, the heavens of Murgatroyd, you geezer. Okay, so are you a student? Do you have a business, or what are you doing?
No, I'm working for a huge American company down in Budapest in IT.
And all right, tell me no more. I already know what I want to ask. All right. We'll be back in about 45 seconds, and I know what I'm going to ask you. I'm just here's a regular working guy, and you came across. How the hell did you even come across this conference? Spend money to go be there. I want to know the motivation behind this. What brought this on from Hungary? Okay, so we'll be right back. Here we go.
Trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations, never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
Roads? It's the Ernest Hancock Show. Where we're going, there aren't any roads.
Feel my temperature rising. Higher, it's burning through to my soul.
Yeah, just a hunk of burning love here on Declare Your Independence. Yeah, you're from Europe, you got to play Elvis Presley. That's just the way it is. They go, oh, I know who that guy is. All right, so what I want to know, we got a gentleman up now. His name is Adam. Adam, secret last name from Hungary. He doesn't want, but he's willing to come on Zoom and have his face up there. And, if you're at Language of Liberty, Glenn Cripe, anything, they already know you and they got your address and don't get over it, So I just want to make sure you guys understand that. Now, what I want to do, I'm sorry, Glenn, do you have something you wanted to say?
No, I was just waiting.
Yeah, I just turned off the mic. Now, Adam, you're from Hungary. You're 27, 28 years old. You come across this conference you want to go to. You're going to go down. Yeah, I wanted to have a September, October vacation in Italy because was that the reason? Or, liberty-oriented conference like this? What the heck brought that? How'd you even know about it while you there?
Yeah, well, partly that's also right. I thought it's going to be a really nice holiday with like-minded people. The other part is I found libertarian values like when I was about 18, thanks to John Stossel. God save his name. Anyway,
So thanks to John Stossel. Okay, you say John Stossel, you got exposed to freedom-oriented kind of stuff from his perspective on what? Was it Stossel in the classroom
and I got down the rabbit hole with him.
But what was the first thing?
So he was like my entry drug. He was.
Okay, entry drug. All right, Glenn, how did you get exposed to Stossel? From what way?
Fox News.
Fox News.
Oh, okay, so you're just watching the news. So you guys watch the news? You watch English-speaking news?
No, I just was on YouTube and I saw a snippet of the show
okay.
and I was like, that's kind of interesting.
Which
So
was
I
what? The
like
freedom
to-
aspect, the individual thing, proper role of government? What was it that sparked you? You go, ooh, I'm watching another one. Where are these people? I got to go find them. What aspect of liberty, drew you in from the beginning? What was it?
Well, the freedom from government for first part, because nobody, especially in Hungary, nobody likes being ruled by somebody else. We love our freedom with a passion. And the other part is because all my life when I was growing up, I've always heard about the socialist sense, like we need welfare or whatever, because otherwise people are going to hunger and whatever. But what always troubled me that you always had to force people to actually do good in the world, and so he was like the drug. He was like showing that what too much regulation actually can do, that sometimes welfare and those helping things can actually cause more trouble. And I compared it to what I experienced in real life myself and from other people that I knew, because I grew up in a somewhat poorer part of Germany. Let's not get into it, it's more complicated. Anyway, and then I just watched, and more I realized that what this man with the really good mustache is saying makes a lot of sense. It's just all comes together, and you don't need somebody pointing a gun at your head and saying you've got to give him $10 because you're earning more than him. And
so it's just a justice fairness thing.
It's just natural.
So it's a justice fairness thing. But do you think that it's a personality trait that made you this way, or was there some, relative, grandma, coach, former employer? Where did this come from that you even cared?
No, I was just going for myself.
So it's a personality. Let me ask Glenn that.
Natural libertarians.
Yeah, Glenn, you understand my point. A lot of these people come as circumstances did, whether they're brought up, the environment or something, or is there just like with Adam, is there just a personality trait that's common amongst a lot of the people that seek you guys out?
Well, I would say that, if we're talking about 3,000 students that we've met in the past 10 years, I would say the most common answer that I've heard is their parents, the influence of their parents, which in former Soviet countries was a lot more dangerous than it is today. Their parents encouraged them, they gave them alternate education, or they encouraged them to think independently, think for themselves. Jacek is our best example of that. You know him a lot better, and so I can't speak for these gentlemen here who I just met, but that's the most common.
So you were allowed to have these kinds of thoughts.
At home, yeah, their parents encourage them. Now, where the parents got them, I don't know enough.
Well, it's time for you guys to be parents. Get making some babies. This is all about breeding them out. The bad guys lose because good people start having babies. Everybody goes like this. They say, who would want to bring a child into this world? I go, hell, that's why you bring them in. Just go kick their ass, So I'm like, all right, we're all good. All right, Adam, thank you. Give me another one real quick. I don't want to run out of time. Make sure we get everybody wants to talk. Thank you, Adam.
More if we
go.
Okay.
We got another segment after this. I just want to get one more in here.
Here's our new friend Bartek from Poland.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, so let me try this. Bart Lomish Kaminsky. Bart Lomish Kaminsky. All right, go ahead. You say it. Damn it.
Use his name.
Well, to pronounce it correctly in Polish, it's Bartłomiej, but
if you look at this name from English perspective...
No, I am. It doesn't sound like that. Okay, so but go ahead and say your...
Call him Bartek.
Okay, Bartek. Bartek?
That's good, yeah.
Yeah, Bartek. All right, cool, man. Whatever gets the women. All right, so this is... Go ahead and give me your story. You've heard me talking about. You have leaning towards even wanting to go to this conference. Why?
Well, I'm kind of interested in the idea of liberty for a couple of years. Well, it first started when my older brother borrowed me a book. It was Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand.
And you're screwed. Okay. You went down that road, you're done. It's all over, I get it.
So, yeah, he said to me that this is the best book that he ever read, and he is reading a lot. And I thought, I will give it a chance. So I read it, and I was really impressed.
You know, what's interesting is that it's written in the 50s, and when I first read it in 94, it was like history right up to, like, the last 100 pages, and now you read it again, now it's like we're on the last 30 pages. I mean, she's predicted what's coming, and did you see that in your own community and countries, that what she depicted, it follows that trend of the kind of people that want to rule you? Did it start to ring true what was happening around you?
Actually, yes, but to some degree. But when I'm looking at the world right now, because it was, I think, 7 years ago, but when I'm looking right now, what they are doing in Europe is going to be like this, I think.
Atlas Shrugged, absolutely. It's going to come down in the end. There's going to be force in whether we resist it or escape or something, but they, them, those are going to do whatever the hell they, them, those want, because they, them, those can, and we let them. I mean, that's just the way it is, because they're a bunch of sociopathic, messed up in the head to begin with. They even think they can rule you, and they're going to try if you let them. Are you going to, in Europe, you think the youth there is going to allow this dark cloud to descend over Europe again? You think that's going to happen or not?
I think it's going to happen. It most likely is going to happen, but I think in a different way. It's not because I think there is a communist propaganda in Europe now, but they are doing it differently from the Soviet Union. For example, before they did it through war and by military means, but now they are doing it through like philosophy, propaganda,
social credit scores.
Yeah, exactly. And the European Union is a symbol of that. And, it's like, it's European Union, but it's almost the same like Soviet Union,
Oh, no, I know. I'm just like, when you do the comparisons or somebody shows you a little infographic or somebody explains or you go to Language of Liberty conference and you get here and you're going, damn, it's as bad as I thought, maybe worse, but what's the solution? Do you think your generation, are they going to allow this? Is there going to be work? Is there going to be resistance? Are you taken to the streets like it's happening in Hong Kong and France and so on? I don't know. Go to the stream. We're going to talk about it right now.
Confused about the current economic reports that dominate the headlines? Not sure if this is a good time to buy or sell your home or feel like the process can be overwhelming and confusing? This is Donna Hancock with Silver Alliance Realty in Phoenix, Arizona, and I can take some of the guesswork out of the home buying or selling process, providing you with market trends in your area and detailing what to expect before, during, and after the process. A home is a place where the most important moments in your life happen, so making sure that you know exactly what to expect along the way helps to ensure that you have control. The future is here, so let me help you move forward with your real estate needs. Being in the real estate business for almost 20 years now has afforded me knowledge of the market, networking with industry specialists along the way. Now more than ever, you need an agent that can help you make sense of what many think is a complicated and mysterious process. Feel free to call or message me at 602-828-1819. That's 602-828-1819. Or visit my webpage today at donnahancock.com.
Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth...
Yeah, we got one more commercial break. Rejoiner here. What music shall I get? What's going to represent you guys? What do you think I should put on here? You want some what? Aerosmith? A little AC/DC? Elvis? What's going? I get the Rammstein or something.
Wow, that's a good question. What music represents us? Do you hear the people singing a song of angry men? It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drum.
Okay, where does that come from? Is that the Poland?
Hungry? It comes from the Broadway show, Les Miserables.
Oh, it tells you how cultured I am. When
you hear
Hey man, I was just surprised at Anne Hathaway's rendition. I was like, what the heck was that? That was awesome. Wasn't it Anne Hathaway that played in Les Miserables with was it Hugh Jackman?
Oh boy, I don't remember.
But she did it. She sang in the movie. And I was like, wow, she did an awesome job. And that's all I remember the whole damn thing. But, it was kind of a downer. So I'm like, everybody dies. So, some people love tragedies. All right, here, let's see if I come back. Yeah, we'll do this.
Ernie, do we have time? Do we have time for two more?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. we're gonna get them. We come back in about a minute and 20 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'll come back with. All right, who are the next people that we got? Now we're still going to talk with Bart a little bit. Yeah, we got enough Bart. We got Is there anything you want to share, Bart, when we come back, real quick?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, we got to do it really fast, so I'll give you like a minute. Whatever, I've learned, I'm going to take back, I'm going to do, and we're going to whip ass and have a meetup of we take over my country again and Hungary is now freedom. Whatever. So, give me your spiel and your impression, what you learned there, and we'll be back in about 30 seconds, okay? So be ready, and then we'll go to the other two real fast, and everybody get a few minutes. Here we go.
Okay.
I wish the holiday was carried out.
Oh, it was great. Charles and the kids made me feel completely appreciated, but they ended the holiday before I even got out of bed. Guess I'll go water the plants now.
But before the day-long celebration concluded early this morning, moms had their own job to do, making a brief, obligatory phone call to their own mothers.
This is the Onion News Network. Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm.
It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
Yeah, stop, children. Let's take a look around. Why children? Why future? Future. There's a future. Now I wanted to, give Adam from Hungary kind of a conclusion here. You're taking this information. You're interested. How did you even know about the conference existing to begin with? I'm sorry?
Yeah.
How did you know the conference existed? Where did you get the marketing? How did you even know where to go?
Well, I found it on Facebook. One of the organizations that made this camp, I think I liked them on Facebook, and they promoted that in one of their posts.
Okay, well, what was the enticement? Is like, come here where the women are topless. I mean, what? Why did you go?
I would like to go deeper into libertarians' ideas. I want to know more.
Why? Why would you want to go deeper into libertarian? It's just from the Atlas Shrugged. A friend of you made you read his book, and you go, what the hell do they call this? Now, they called it objectivism or individualism or whatever the heck they call it. But you're going, there's got to be other people who read this book want to talk about it. Where are they at? Was that basically it?
It was like when I read Ayn Rand and all of these philosophical ideas, and I thought that this is something that I always thought is right, like deep inside me, but there was always like propaganda from outside, even from school. They told me egoism is wrong, that altruism is always good. And when I read Ayn Rand, I was like, why why so late? I should come across that book much earlier, you know. And this is something. I think this is the way to live. So that's why I want to go deeper into that.
All right, cool. Thank you. And that was a good. Usually there's a book titled. It usually begins with Ayn Rand. Go ahead and go to the next one real quick, Lynn. Thanks, Sam.
All right, thank you.
Hi.
Okay, now which one is this? What's his name?
Hi, I'm Greg Pawelczyk. Thanks for having us on the show.
Oh, you didn't even give me a chance to do it. Oh, Greg Pawelczyk. Pawelczyk. Is that right?
Not bad.
Not bad, not perfect. All right, whatever. All right, so here we have Greg. Now, is it Gregory? Say your name the way your mama gave it to you.
It's Grzegorz.
Grzegorz. See? You guys got like a different name for everything. All right.
Actually, not bad. Yeah, but we can stick with Greg. That's fine.
All right, thank you. Now, you're from Poland. We have a lot of people from that. Were you influenced by any of the other students that came from Poland?
I was influenced by Jacek, actually, who organizes the whole event. Well, I'm from Poland, but I live in Scotland for the last 4 years now in the United Kingdom. So, having to hear about all the Brexit thing for the last 3 years, it was nice to finally go back to the Liberty Camp to join my tribe, libertarian, like-minded people, to finally hear someone who speaks about policies based on principle and not just personal interest.
Oh my God! Okay. This is what I'm thinking. Here we
I have a lot of time to prepare. Yeah.
Okay. No. See, this is my point. Is that a lot of people they'll go, man, the youth they just don't get it, they don't understand, and Europe is, the school system, propaganda from the television, radio, the bus station ads, whatever. No individualism, no entrepreneurship without the state getting their cut. No. The answer is no. Or the American mindset is always, the answer is always yes. It's just how much. I mean, it's like, yes, we can do that. Just show me the money, and it's all about pay off the politician, whatever. Money's going to give you, more options and freedom. So my thing is, I'm going, all right, for the youth of Europe, under all this Brexit, which really argument, we want to be left alone. Nope, we're going to tell everybody what to do all the time. That mindset. What do you think the percentage or the popularity or the support of the positions that you support in this freedom-oriented community? Is there a bunch of people waiting to go behind it as long as they see some movement, man? The rallies are 200,000 people. We want to hear everything Glenn Kripe has to say? Or you got an uphill battle that's going through just to get them to even listen to you. I'm wondering, is it a personality trait that, you say in Poland and around Europe that, people, if I just give them a Myers-Briggs test and they go, yep, they're going to think this, we target them? Or is it organic? See, I need to understand what the future is in the next 5-10 years. What do you think is going to happen? Who are the people? Why are they going to follow what you think is important?
I think the problem is that we don't need to convince everybody. I think we just need 10% of the people. If you look at the American founding fathers and the Revolutionary War, I think only 10-20% of people were actually involved for the independence, and the rest just followed. Everybody else just went on with their business and followed the people who are really active and ambitious and push the world forward.
And you want to be one of those guys? You think you're one of those guys? You look in your mind, you go, I'm kind of one of those guys. Are you?
Oh, it's so easy to get pessimistic in Europe, especially living in a modern day in Western Europe. So it's so great to be at the Liberty Camp so I can get my hopes up again.
Well, I tell you what happened in Scotland when Braveheart came out in the mid-'90s. They go, we used to be independent? We want our own parliament. We demand it. I mean, it's just, and we just had a couple from Ireland. We met at Acapulco over the last couple of years. They came here on holiday. They spent like a week and a half just doing America. And they in Ireland, right in the middle of the Republic of Ireland, right in the middle of all this Brexit stuff, have them come on and talk about it. What do the youth think of the Brexit thing? What do you think the real issue is about? What's the argument for and against?
So the argument is to be able to govern ourselves and not be governed by people from Brussels, because most of the regulations from the EU, people in Britain have nothing to say, but also politicians just use it as an excuse. Oh, there's nothing we can do about it. It's just what the European Union tells us to do.
So this idea of the youth your age, people you hang out with, and when you go back to Scotland and you talk to them about it, they're like, yeah, we're in. Because I was telling the guys, they go, man, where are these anarchists things? Anarchapulco, Anarcha-Vegas, Anarcha-Zona, Anarcha-Delphia. I guarantee you put an anarchist libertarian meetup of something in Ireland, it's going to blow up all over the place. Boom! There it is. And do you have the same opportunities in Europe? When you do that, there's just all kinds of other libertarians, or do you have to go to Italy?
Oh, I'm afraid I would have to go to Italy. However sad that sounds, yeah, people love freedom in general. However, they don't always understand it the way we do. People want to.
Is it a personality thing or an age thing? Certain personalities there, are they generally young? We'll talk about that in the after show. We want to get one more person in before we run out of time here real quick. Your final one there, Glenn, go ahead and do that, and then we'll get everybody together, and I'll give them a round robin. Now we'll get back to you, Greg. Who's the next person, Glenn?
Okay, this is Andy Eischen. This is my colleague and business partner, co-founder of Language of Liberty. We met in 2004, and we've created Language of Liberty Institute in 2005. At our events, there's always one of us, and usually both of us, at our programs.
This is, so from your perspective.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can. Andy, from your perspective, you've been doing this for like over a decade. So you're going, are we making progress? Is it coming more rapidly? Is it exponential? Are you starting to get a lot of activity, or is it a struggle? Tell me where you're at now and your programs and the impact it's having.
Well, it's not so much a struggle. It's actually great fun. And we started with one country, and now we've been to 30. So we made progress. We've had 3,000 students that have gone through our program. And generally, the reception is very positive. We target the young people, number one, because you said they are the future. But also we target young people because when they are young, they're still searching. They're searching for truth, for liberty, to express themselves, and we're giving them that opportunity.
I am really impressed over the years, and I was always supportive of what you were doing, Glenn, because I knew this was going to have a big impact for many people that were exposed to it and were exposed to the people that were exposed to it. But I didn't know how fervent you'd be in pressing this in other countries, going to Africa, going to Asia, and I'm going, it's just going to keep expanding. Hopefully there'll be competition, or you'll just have 15 at the same time, and it grows and grows and grows. But then you come to the attention of important people, live an interesting life. You get that curse going for you. All right, hold on. Okay, now we're at the end of the segment. Glenn, thanks. Bring all the guys around so I can kind of see them. They can stand back there. I just want to say hey real quick. All right, all of you, are you inspired? How long have you been there? When did the conference start?
We arrived Monday during the day, and we are adjourning next Monday after breakfast.
So already, at these functions, are you seeing much more enthusiasm at the end of the meeting than the beginning, or as time goes on, they're much more enthusiastic when they get there because they already know what they're going to get? That kind of tells you at what phase you are in the movement. So are they more excited at the beginning or at the end of the conference now?
Oh, wow. Yeah, good question. I think at the beginning, everyone's always excited because they've signed up for something that they think will be fun, and they're eager to meet new people and make new friends. I think so there's always some initial excitement. At the end, I would say there's generally more excitement, and it's for a different reason, which is something like, this is better than I expected, this was different from what I expected, this is different from anything else, but maybe one of you guys want to say something.
Yeah, is that Adam in the orange there?
There's Bartek and Adam and Greg.
Okay. What was his? How do you say it? Bart.
So maybe you want to ask Greg why.
Well, I want to ask Bart because he was leaning in. He already had a question.
Okay.
At the time of you've gone through this process, all of a sudden, is there classes or seminars being done on what you do with this information? How to organize when you go back? How to create a small group, but do a kind of is that part of the program, or are you already thinking something in your own head?
First I want to look for myself first, but then maybe I will start something of my own, because the idea of spreading liberty is very nice, and it gives you a lot of pleasure, and I think it's something that each one of us should do.
Yeah, a lot of you guys just be of service to something that's there, but at some point you're going to diverge or differ or want to go more hardcore or not or whatever and isolate and be your own thing, which is cool. That's the whole point. Division of labor, you'll learn about that too. All right, Greg, what are you going to do with it?
It's the liberty.
Yeah, you got this information, man. You got a tribe. You go back to Scotland. Because Scottish people kind of speak English, so what do you do?
I really like your idea about having children, but my girlfriend is with us at the camp, so I better not speak it too loud.
Yeah, no, you're locked in now. Okay, Andy, give me what's up. What are you planning on doing with it? You're going to keep, going. What's the next conference you guys got?
Well, the next one is again in Uganda, but there's a roadshow in Colombia, which Glenn will be participating in. I will be going to the next Liberty Camp in Uganda.
Colombia and Uganda. I mean, you guys just get in all kinds of trouble. And that's why you can't call it Liberty. It's got to be an entrepreneur thing or something. You guys are killing me. Okay, and then Adam. Yeah, Adam. Adam, you got plans, man?
Oh, I've got huge plans, man. Actually, a month ago, I'm a member of the first Hungarian Libertarian Party since the fall of communism. It just got created in August, pretty much. And I was just here looking for like-minded people and getting ideas, and I think maybe in 2 to 3 years, I already talked with our good friend here, we'll get the Camp of Liberty back to Hungary, and get more young people to know liberty and libertarian.
Yeah, now, Glenn, you've had
values, because Hungary used to be actually the place of libertarian-minded people. Like Kossuth was a great freedom fighter who has a statue in New York. So even Americans realized how much of a freedom of the person that is that they gave him the statue. And the parents and grandparents of Milton Friedman are also coming from Hungary. So we have a lot of libertarian blood here that needs to come back.
This is, I think, what Glenn and Andy have been trying to share. It may be a lot of the English stuff, but a lot of the influences of a lot of your political leaders over the last couple of centuries have been influenced by this, and you just need to be reminded of it. They've squished that out of any education. They don't want you to know there's freedom guys. Hell no, you're just so freaking not allowed. That was the enemy, because it's always, when you talk about freedom, it's always about the individual, and any government wants to promote the collective interest. So I'm going, this is just, it's an infection that you guys have, and I've seen it through a lot of different things that I've worked on and we've done in activism here in Arizona and the United States. But Arizona, it's a little bit different than a lot of places in the United States. We are definitely screw you, the crown. I mean, the crown wants to this and the crown wants to that, and now screw the crown. I'm free and, peace out. So this is, I'm really excited for what you guys have in store for you in the future, and I want to hear more about it as time goes on, or you make it to Arizona. We'll talk some more. And if you guys got some big giant, oh my God, look what's happening, we want to tell America, you just get contact with us. Donna will be sending Glenn the archive of the show and sharing it with you guys, and you can do what you want with it, and you'll have the contact information in there. So when you got something that pops, let me know. We'd love to help you make it pop, in your country. So you guys stay in touch, and Glenn knows how to get a hold of me and everything. So you guys, I got to get to my next guest, but anything else you want to give out, web pages and stuff, Glenn, that we need to know about?
languageofliberty.org. We have a page with our team members, our local partners. We have a calendar page that shows you upcoming events.
Okay, cool.
Thank you all. Thank you so much, Ernie.
Yeah, we're going to be talking to Charles Goyette in the next segment here. Charles, say hello to Glenn.
Hey, Glenn, how are you?
Hey, Charles. I'm great. Wish you were here with us, all of you.
I wish I were too.
Yeah, pay him to speak, and he's all over it. Give him a ticket. Give me a ticket. Yeah, we'll be able. If I'd known, man, I'd go stay with Alessandro, man. That'd been awesome. All right, I got to get to my next guest here. Charles and I are going to, save the world here in a little bit.
Okay,
Glenn, you guys live free and prosper, man. Peace.
Thank you, Ernie.
Thank you.
Online at libertybeat.news and snls.news. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Retail giant CVS is gearing up for floods of customers seeking the perfect meaningless piece of crap for their office gift swap. The company is making no secret that when it comes to wasting the obligatory $20 on a useless electronic dartboard or pretzel maker for someone you couldn't care less about, CVS is your best option.
Our incredible selection of worthless shit is just the thing that nobody wants. We guarantee you'll find nothing personal or unique in our store.
The company is offering massive discounts on otherwise unsellable items for holiday parties you don't even want to go to, like the $12 decorative lantern, which is expected to be a big hit with customers who grab the first thing they see when they walk in the store.
I really wanted to get something that said, I don't care about any of you people and I didn't put any effort into this.
CVS also has Hanukkah gifts for coworkers who you think might be Jewish, like candles and those little plastic net bags full of chocolate money.
This is the Onion News.
It's amazing what they're able to accomplish.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Yeah, the fear, declare your independence. Me, Ernest Hancock, here in Phoenix, Arizona. From the beautiful studios of Freedom's Phoenix. Oh, see, I did pretty good that time, Charles. Come on.
That was a high C.
Come on. There was that video of a guy, he's there with his friends, and they were doing, he just figured he'd yell at a wine glass, see if he could get it to break, and it broke. It went viral. Woo! Give me that freaking thing. I'll do that. And maybe not. Charles Goyette is the author.
Don't read that, Ernie. Come on. How long have we known each other? How many times?
I don't want the audience to know who you are.
Yeah, but come on.
All right, Charles Goyette wrote some books.
I don't want to be here because of the path that lies behind me.
All right, he wrote books about stuff. New York Times bestseller. Done a lot, 120-something radio stations. Ron Paul's American with him for a while. And, of course, he was a #1 in his slot, super-duper talk show host here in Arizona, IA.
That sounds like something happened a long time ago.
But that was, there's a foundation here in Arizona. Why is it always Arizona? Well, I'm telling you, it was because of the people that, espoused the freedom of, which was every day on your freaking radio show.
That was good.
So this is a foundation. That's why Donna allowed me to stay in radio, because of you.
Right on, which is obviously the brains of the outfit.
Yeah, absolutely. The beauty, for sure. So she was like, you gotta go get a real job, gotta go. Well, Charles needs a pretty. Okay. That's all right. You can do Charles.
Don, I remember one day when we were on the air in one of the stations, whatever, and Ernie and I were talking about the show, and we were sitting there, and you came in. You were like on the other side of the glass or something. You just came in. I don't know, bring Ernie the car keys or whatever it was. You came by, and Ernie said, every day I look at Don, I think, what a good-looking woman. And I remember that really clearly, and I said, Ernie, you are right. And I don't suppose he probably tells you that every day like you should. But
she freaking reminds me of, you have no idea how people I win because you're my wife. It's all about me. It's all about me. I win.
That's the best thing you've said all day.
I win. Win for the win. Anyway, so no, we appreciate Donna. That was one thing when we had the Vaccine Education Summit this last Saturday. That was big. We had like 150 people in there. There was at least 3 to 5 legislators came by, wanted to put their stamp on what I'm like. Yeah. I was kind of butthead. I go, yeah, blah, 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 blah. When you guys do something, let me know,
Right.
Till then, it's just all politics. And, but a lot of the other girls were really working on it. But in the pictures that we had, there wasn't Donna. We were doing pictures, Donna, and then she's out working, she's out doing something. She didn't get in the picture, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna, that's not going to be good.
You get her in that picture if you want to dress it up and get other people to look at it.
Well, there were some that, Dale Bigstreet had were Irene Pye that were working. She was one of the primaries we were working with on doing the summit, and she didn't get at it. And I was like, I ain't going over either, So I made sure that she got pictures with later and kind of be nice, but not a bunch of Donna.
Yeah.
So I'm like, sorry, Donna. Okay. But fortunately, she's not a big giant give a crap.
Yeah, she says I've had about all the public attention I want.
Yeah, no, she's like, nah, I'm good. Whatever. So this has been you're my trouncing through Arizona politics and everything, but you focused a lot on national stuff. You were really more of you had a national audience. They were cultivating you for and going on to, and you knew you had a decision to make, and you just said, I don't want that bad.
Yeah, but it was I never came to a crossroads where I had a decision. Where like I could go choose to turn the fork on the left or the fork on the right. I mean,
of course you did.
I never had a choice.
Of course you did.
No,
well, okay.
I had to do what I had to do, just like you have to do what you have to do.
Got it. The opportunity was there. You just chose wisely.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, how's your life now? You got remarried,
Yeah, Allie and I have been together. We actually met in 2006. We decided to share one single house key in 2007, and we've been married since 2008. So we're 11 years married. I'm happy as I can possibly be.
It's been 11 years already?
It's been 11 years, and we have. She has 2 grandkids. I have 3 grandkids, so that's 5. We're not in your league at all, but but I still have one son that's not even married yet. He's still.
Oh, really?
Steven's still batching it and stuff. So, so we'll have more grandkids down the road. But
is there anything you want to talk about your sons? They got interesting careers and a perspective they share with us on a time. Tell the audience about that.
Okay. Well, I don't like to talk about them because their fate is in their hands and stuff. But they're both in the motion picture business, and they both work for major motion picture studios, and they're both executives, and they both live in Southern California.
And they both can afford it.
Yeah, they can both afford it, and they're very happy. And of course, my hope would always be that they would come back to Arizona. I've got deep roots in this state, deep, and I want to be around my grandkids, and I want to be around my kids and stuff, but I
don't want to move to California.
I don't really want to move to California.
Did they want to move to Arizona?
Farm. What do you do?
Well, no, I'm just saying if the entertainment industry moved there was a problem. I mean, it's not like they hate the desert or anything.
No, they love it and they miss it. And I sent them a picture of me in the pool with the dog diving in the other day and diving for the tennis ball in the pool and stuff. I sent them the video of that, and they both go, "Oh God, we just miss, we miss it." But they'll never come back. I mean, not in the fast lane that they're in,
Yeah, well, what is that fast lane? It's been it was built One Belt Road, China. I mean, is that it? Oh, go ahead. This is good.
Okay.
Last night, I go up and I see there's a new episode of South Park, season 580, whatever it is, right? So it's episode 2. They just started this season. This whole episode last night was on China influence in American movies and theaters and studios. And they were talking about, we're going to do there's no money in albums anymore. They have a little rock band, for their high school, like, Kyle and them, they're sitting there, whatever they're doing, right? So they go, we got to sign you, man, and we're going to make some money in China. But then they had the China censors standing there in their uniforms of, you can't say that, you can't talk about that, you can't. And the whole episode was about the control of Hollywood from the censors of China, because you're not going to be able to get that access to that money and that market unless you do what they say.
Right.
Is that true?
Well, I'm sure it's true. Absolutely sure. It's a huge market, and of course they want to be in it because there's, there are 1 billion people that could buy movie tickets and go to the movies. I'm sure, but it's the same thing that it had in the United States. Look, in the United States, somebody said, you can't show this couple naked in bed, or we're going to give you an R rating, and a lot of the theaters aren't going to book your movie. Today, all of them would book the movie. But we've been through this. It's commercial pressure. It's commercial pressure.
Have you ever seen the documentary, This Movie Is Not Yet Rated?
No.
You would love it.
Oh, I bet.
It's about MPAA and how they do that, the structure, and you got all these different directors and actors. Because they did a movie, a documentary with a private investigator to find out who these people are, because it's all secret, And it's the industry kind of regulating itself thing. And I'm going, this was and you can see the social and economic engineering that they do. Through that, if you have a violent movie like Scarface or something, oh, heck no, that's an X-ray, NC-17, are you kidding me? Chainsaw Massacre to the whatever. And, they have to have cops come in and say how accurate it is, and, the bad portrayal, in the end, the bad guy loses, say hello to my little friend as he dies, and, whatever, right? So they go, okay, we'll give that, we'll let you, show it. Then you have the sexual orientation stuff. If you have teenage sex at camp, Friday the 13th, the Jason coming, it's okay as long as they're killed for their transgressions.
There's a moral lesson in there. So you had sex as a teenager.
Right.
You're dead.
That is exactly. I'm going, who in the hell is doing
that? Compared to the Pentagon's control over these.
Oh, you want aircraft carrier pictures?
Yeah, you bet. We
got to come through to be recruitment.
Send me that screenplay now.
Letter of Captain Mark. A pirate's life is characterized by voluntary interactions. Unfortunately, the Crown presses everyone into involuntary servitude. Landlubbers believe slavery was abolished years ago, but the Crown still claims to own us when it crimps us into service against our will. Given sufficient ambition, it would gladly draft thousands of hapless victims to kill or be killed. It's simply slavery by another name. Landlubbers are routinely commanded to serve the so-called justice system in jury duty. But before you swell with civic pride, consider that how you feel is irrelevant to the Crown. You will appear as ordered or face punitive measures. The Crown insists that you participate in your own oppression. A jury summons provides pirates with a unique opportunity to obstruct injustices. A juror can vote not guilty, even if it's proven the law was violated. A juror can acquit for any reason at all, and not even a judge can reverse that verdict. Receiving a jury summons is basically winning the sedition lottery. But if you reveal that you know this during jury selection, you'll probably be dismissed. If the Crown foolishly crimps a pirate into jury duty, it behooves the pirate to conceal their intention to nullify unjust laws. If a master takes 100% of your labor, it's called slavery. But if they only take 50%, they call it taxation, a difference of degree, not of kind. Whether the Crown claims a fortune or a cent is irrelevant. Most of all, a slave owner desires contented slaves, meaning thoughtless ones that accept their bondage. These house slaves see no contradiction in being drafted in a war to end slavery or summoned to a jury to prosecute tax evasion. An ideal slave knows no higher call than the master's will. The Crown's highest ambition is that its slaves revere the authority that subjugates them. But the Crown does not own me. I will not surrender my time and treasure to the Crown's ambitions. Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com.
Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
Since time began, tyrants have taken aim at personal liberties. Now there's a movie that aims back.
The government has no more right to tell us what to put in our bodies than they have to take our guns or tell us what books we can read.
6 drug police were eaten by bears while raiding a marijuana farm.
On your knees, you dirty hippies! On your knees! What's the problem, officer?
Today, many cops who enforce pot laws do so only because it provides them with cushy jobs, good benefits, and a chance to push people around.
I was an undercover narcotics officer. The drug war is nothing but a farce.
The Second Amendment says you gotta keep you and your gat intact.
Guns and Weed, The Road to Freedom. A film by Michael W. Dean and Nima Vadadi.
DVD available now at gunsandweed.com or on Amazon. That's gunsandweed.com. Makes the perfect gift. Remember, that's gunsandweed.com.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm.
To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800. 602-264-2800. And now, Ernest Hancock.
I'm trying to talk Charles in while we're gone. I'm going to be on the road for a few weeks, going to Boston area and New Hampshire and Maine and stuff with Bob Anderson, working on it. I'm going to be gone. We're doing the show on the road, and I'm trying to, Dr. Frank, he may take on some time, and, the Liberty Advisor Tim Picciott may do a day or so, and then if we can, let's convince Charles to go yet.
Well, one thing is if... Charles, hello, test 1, test 2. Yeah, so if I do your show, am I going to hear myself introducing myself?
Probably.
Yeah. And welcome back to the Ernest Hancock Show.
That's one thing, the voice that you hear, which is, all the rejoiners and everything, that's Charles. He did that for me. I'm going, can I use your silky tones? Why, yes, you can. I'm like, woohoo! So, those, because we got to keep the, you recognizable and the voice out, because Charles, he's coming back to radio someday. Someday. This may be it. This is it.
I can't announce it yet because it's not mine to announce, but I have a new book coming out probably in the end of January, end of February.
Really? Yeah, how are you publishing?
A publisher.
Oh, you're going to, old-fashioned publisher?
No, this is a kind of a different, but it's a publisher, and it's theirs to announce. It's not mine to announce, and so it's not public yet. But anyway,
so I can't give out the name of the book. It's about like freedom stuff.
And we're fighting over the name right now. We're not really fighting over it, but we're looking for the best. Yeah, it's some kind of about freedom stuff and stuff.
Well, is it the economy? Well, I tell you what. What shall we talk about today?
I don't care.
All the stuff that's in your book. We're not saying it's in the book, but it's stuff he knows about that might be in the book. No. All right, so we're not going to talk about it. Yeah. So when you're ready, man, we'll promote and push the crap out of it.
Yeah, come on and talk about that.
Well, this one thing, I haven't really, I just started hearing about this. This is a thing that, hadn't really been on my radar. There is a meme of Joe Biden and his son, and it's got this viral meme that, Trump is posting, like, I don't know nothing about nothing, and then, of course, they got a picture or something. Do you know what they're talking about?
Well, I kind of know the whole story, but I'm not sure what you're talking about the meme.
Twitter removed a viral meme posted by President Trump, which highlighted Joe Biden's duplicity on his son's business dealings in response to a claim by the copyright owner. The meme showed Biden denying they had ever spoken to his son.
Oh, I know that one, yeah.
Okay, so this is, Twitter is removing...
Yeah.
Of all the story, oh my God, Trump and Biden did it. I don't care about that. Twitter is removing stuff.
It's a photo of 4 guys golfing, and it's Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and one of the Biden's partners in this Burisma or whatever it's called, the Ukrainian oil company, and some other poor fourth guy who's probably just like, yeah, I'll play around with you guys, so he got caught in it. But it's just a photo of the guys, and the idea that, some copyright holder would stop them from circulating this photo is a little bit...
Who's the copyright holder? The guy that took the picture or something?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. They just filled out the form.
It doesn't matter, but the point is, why would anybody stop the publication of this picture? Well, the reason they would stop the publication of this picture is because Joe Biden said, I never, ever talked to my son about Ukraine and the oil company and so I never talked about it. So here's a picture of him on on the golf course. I mean, of course he talked about it. Here's a picture of him on the golf course with his son and then one of the other guys on the board of the Ukrainian oil company. 18 holes of golf, the words Ukraine never passed their lips. It's the same thing as his China deal, where Biden and Hunter go over to China on Air Force Two, and Biden Jr., Hunter, I guess is his name, he comes back with a $1 billion capital deal for an investment fund or something like that. I mean, this stuff stinks. Well, of course it stinks. All of this stuff stinks. And you know what stinks even more than just the sheer cronyism of all of this stuff?
Guys like Twitter taking pictures down.
Yeah, that stinks too. And here's what really stinks to me is what in the hell are the American people doing letting the friggin' military-industrial surveillance complex give $1 billion to some corrupt Nazi regime in Ukraine? What the hell is this?
That was the deal.
And so they're fighting over, well, Hunter was just advising a company. Of course he's entitled to a board fee, and of course he can take out millions. And nobody is talking about what the hell are we doing transferring $1 billion? Here's how it works. It comes out of the pockets of the American people is $1 billion. It goes to Washington. The guys in Congress go, have drinks with the guys in the military industrial complex, and they say, yeah, we want you to buy a bunch of missiles, and we'll sell them to Ukraine. So then Ukraine gets to buy all these missiles from Raytheon or whoever it is, and war machinery from American Merchants of Death and stuff. But they don't have any money. They're broke. Well, how are they going to buy American Merchants of Death's production if they don't have any money? Oh, simple. We're going to give them $1 billion for foreign aid.
So hadn't that been Israel for ever?
It's been every country on the face of the earth. We're the Merchants of Death for the world, for the whole world. And where do they come? Doesn't anybody know how broke this country is, and the American people are so flippin' broke?
The reason the AK-47 is seen as the freedom tool and all that kind of stuff is just that people are able to rise up. And what happens is you got the United States going all over the world with these big giant gazillion-dollar deals with somebody willing to be able to sign the paper of, how did, you pay for that? Well, we just got it from these guys and you owe us and, whatever. And, when we fund it, we paid for it, and they get all armed. Well, who's up against all that? It was Russia influence coming in and just giving the people a bunch of AK-47s and saying, go take care of business.
Yeah.
And they got off a lot cheaper, but what are they doing now? Now they're in the arms business for real. And they're out there. They don't have to subsidize them to get them to buy them. People going, that's like half price of this American thing. Woohoo! We want some of them S-400s or whatever.
Well, it reminds me of the memory hole. In 1984, Oceania has always been at war with East Asia. Mm-hmm. So in the Ukraine thing, the Ukraine owed probably billions of rubles to Russia, but they didn't have the money to pay Russia back. So the International Monetary Fund plunders the American people and gives money to Ukraine. But what now? We're visibly at odds with Russia, right? And Russia bad, and Russia
bad.
But all of this money going to Ukraine was to go guarantee the bonds of Russian investors in Gazprom and stuff. I mean, it's just it's all so transparent, and it's plunder, and the American people watch this stuff, and they watch the fighting guys. There's the fighting Hillary, and there's the fighting Kamala Harris, and there's the fighting Trump and stuff. But they're all serving their masters, and they're all serving the military-industrial complex. They're all serving the empire. They're all serving the greater glory of the state. It's just enough to make you sick, and the American people are the victims of it.
The one thing that I see a lot in this is that you have the Obama administration, they, them, those, over whoever the hell who cares? They're over there doing a lot of stuff, and they use this kind of crony capitalism and with our money to do the foreign aid of Hunter got a job. I mean, all this stuff is just, transparent. But what are we doing now? Here Trump comes. It's always they blame you for what they're guilty of on a much bigger level. They go, well, Trump was threatening to take away their foreign aid if they didn't look at this criminal doing whatever. So I'm going, Yeah. You know, I mean, what the hell are we giving them money for if it doesn't have conditions?
Yeah.
I just assume not giving them money. They shouldn't even want to take it. They don't want conditions. But this is just hypocritical.
Did you know that Free Aid is a mutual aid, educational, and networking
Okay, we can just yak it during the break, too. Well, let's go ahead and just for the archive. How you doing? What's up?
Great. I'm not going to give any details about them either because I can't. But because I have
you can't say what the advance was.
But I have 2 Hollywood projects in development. I've created a mini series. We call them limited series now. They used to be called mini series. But for somebody I'd like to see it on HBO or Amazon or Netflix or something about the life of Edgar Cayce, the great American sleeping prophet. Went into kind of a trance and did medical readings, cured people all the time and stuff.
Oh, was this 30s, 40s?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I remember.
Yeah, and I've acquired through a partnership agreement the rights to the story, and so we've created a 6-part miniseries about him, and we're in the process of trying to sell it to one of the networks. And
awesome.
I have a political thriller, just a feature film screenplay. It's a political thriller set in the White House. And it has, you'd like the story, and I'd like the story, obviously.
Yeah, you get that story. It'll never see the screen.
Yeah, and so I've just begun circulating that.
Well, what do you think? Is it more likely that, it'd have your kind of freedom-oriented bent on it, that it would get done, or less likely?
It gives everybody pause, because it's like, well, we've never seen a story like this before.
Yeah, we know. That's why.
That's why you don't realize there's a big market.
Tell me about the difference in writing a screenplay as opposed to a book.
Big difference.
I mean, it's like a comic book. You got to describe the cell, or are you using graphics, or how do you do that?
No, you describe it. You describe it in prose, and it's much different. And I've spent years, kind of learning to do it because I wrote my first couple of screenplays back in the early 90s. So, I've read hundreds and hundreds of screenplays, and it's not easy to master.
You're a big reader. Charles,
Yeah.
when you say you read something, the garage runneth over, man.
Yeah. So, but anyway, it's an art, it's a skill in its own right, and the people in Hollywood, this is their business. When if they get a screenplay that's like amateurish and somebody doesn't understand the basic rules of how this stuff works, man, it goes in the outbox, gone. But I can't write a novel. I can write a lot of different things, but I can't write a novel because I don't read enough novels, and I've never sat down to master, how you do it. But I did sit down to master screenplay writing, and and I've done it now.
So what is it? The format? It's like scene 1,
right? It just
blah 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 blah.
It all starts
busy, rainy street, dark and stormy night of whatever the hell.
That's exactly right. It starts on page 1 with fade in, and it ends on page 117 with fade out. And in between, you have 3 basic elements. You have the scene, the action, and the dialogue. So you said every one. You scene, paragraph, scene. This
is what's going on behind them.
Exterior, White House, night.
Okay.
Helicopters buzzing over. Okay, so and that's the scene. Then the next thing is the action, and the next thing's the dialogue. So that's how it works. And it's 120 pages of changing scenes and changing action and changing dialogue.
All right, that sounds interesting. Can you walk us through all this as time goes on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get
You love liberty. You should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at shiresociety.com. That's shiresociety.com.
Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
Freedom's the answer. What's the question? You're listening to Ernest Hancock.
Yeah, we can bang on the table all we want. Yeah, that's one reason why, Charles needed granite tops. Hey, I got wood top here. Quit banging. You know, but yeah, granted, Pop said, yep. Charles needed blue M&Ms and stuff, but you know.
No, but you know, the only thing I did need that Ernie always teased me about, because, you know, I used
countdown clock!
Well, I never got the countdown clock. When I worked at the big stations, I had the countdown clock, but I never had them at the, you know, when I got cast into the outer darkness. But the one thing Ernie always teased me about is, like, I'd have news stories I'd be talking about. Something came off Yahoo or something came off, you know, we printed some story out of, you know, the Sun in London or something. We have a story, and it'd be 3 or 4 pages, and I'd always want them paper clipped together instead of stapled. And I go, what? I'm going to staple this together. And I go, yeah, but could you use a paper clip instead? And you go, why? And I go, because I don't like to rustle the sound of rustling the paper.
Yeah, you take one, instead of bending it over, you didn't want to be Rush Limbaugh. You know, he'd turn the page and so on. Okay, well, I did it for you.
Yeah.
You know, I was just like, whatever.
Just to tease me about it.
I was just like, whatever. You know, no, what I tease you about, okay, this is what I tease him about. There'd be a bunch of stuff to print out, which Donna does, and I have, you know, but I, you know, got Freedom's Phoenix where I have a guest a lot. But what Charles would do, I need these 473 pages print out, you know, and so I come to work, I get in there, and he'd come in like 15 minutes after me or something, but I'd have all the stuff printed out that, you know, he wanted, and then we'd paper clip them together and have a pile, and he killed so many trees. Because he wouldn't go to a lot of the stories he never got to. But, you know, that's because you overproduce and you always have something to say. Yeah. Well, there was a news guy there and he would print it in big copy because he had Coke bottle glasses or something, Mr. Magoo, whatever his name was. Yeah. He would print out his news stuff, but he would use the back of Charles's paper because he didn't want so much freaking waste going on.
Yeah, that's right.
You're killing a lot of trees, man.
Oh, yeah.
Tree killer?
Yeah, that's right.
and this guy would freak, man, all that paper. And we just like, this is the deal. We get reams of paper a week to get over it. You know, this is the way it is.
It's the cost of doing business.
Yeah. You know, well, I'm looking forward to you coming and talking. I'll definitely be listening to you get, you know, back on the mic because, you know, Charles is great at this stuff, and he actually reads the books. I don't. I'm like, all right, come on, you'll tell me why I'm supposed to read this book. Charles would read the book. Then I'd get him on, you know.
Well, I've matured, Ernie, and I'll tell you, I'll just give you one story about how that is. I had a show on KTAR at night a long time ago when you and I first met. And the emphasis on that show, not by my design, but the emphasis on that show was a lot of author interviews. Because, you know, there are a lot of interesting authors and stuff, and they were on the tour and things, and, you know, it just fit. It's just the way they kind of wanted that show to be, a lot of author interviews. And so I'd, you know, read stacks and stacks of books, but I'd read the books. Well, one night I had a guy on, I wish I could remember who it was, and I said, so tell me, I'd sometimes know more about their subject than they did. I'm not trying to brag, but I'd read their book, but I was interested, and I'd go look stuff up and stuff. So I go, well, tell me, you know, is it true that X, Y, and Z equals, what does X, Y, and Z equal? And he goes, I'm not sure. And I go, well, that's funny. It's on page 127 in your book. You know, and then I tell him what X, Y, and Z adds up to. So now I'm on the other side of it. My first book comes out. I'm on the other side of the story. I'm doing interviews all over the country at radio stations. And I had some little thing in there. You know, when I was writing, I thought, well, I'll give a vivid example of what this is. And I remember what it was. It was like, how much income tax is the average American family of four paying to service the U.S. debt that's held by China? So, you know, you're trying to make the way, you know, China is a major creditor of the United States.
You remember that factoid, man.
Yeah. So it was some number. I have no idea what it was. You know, maybe it was the average American household is paying, you know, $463 a year, you know, to service the U.S. debt to China. Okay.
Is that all?
Yeah, who knows? I have no idea what it is. So, like, I'm doing this tour, and some guy goes, so tell me, Charles, how much debt does the American household actually have to pay to service the debt that China holds? And I go, I have no idea. And he goes, that's funny, because it's on page 127 in your book.
Zing, karma.
But, you know, you're right. Yeah, you write this stuff, and in the traditional publishing, the old line publishers and stuff, it's a long time between when you write it and when it's finally printed in the hands of people. So, you know, you write something in February, and then it doesn't come out until the following January, and you just got a little factoid in there about $437. It's impossible to remember.
Well, on these tours, when you do that, okay, this is the one question that now's a good time to ask you. When you were on the Clear Channel affiliate here between Rush and Hannity or whatever, you were kicking butt in your time slot and taking names. Well, they want you to be not pro enough war. And you go, oh, I'm not advocating for war. You go, well, it's support the troops. That's what it is. It's really support the troops. Support the troops. Yes, you don't support the troops, which means, of course, we got to go kill people. So I'm going, you go, nah, I'm good. Well, of course, they didn't renew your contract, and that you came over where we were, and we worked together, and we knew each other, because you're right back in the early 91 or something, doing my activism. I wound up on your show, and I go, hey, I get it. You go, hey, man. It's Howdy Neighbor Radio, that's what you call it. Remember you telling me that. I go, how come you don't talk about it? He goes, Howdy Neighbor Radio, man. We don't get that deep on the guy. But you were a libertarian philosophically. You kind of knew what was going on.
I remember, Ernie, there was a sign in the executive producer's office that said, this is true. I mean, I think how this would fly today. But there was a sign in her office that said, what did it say? It was something like, something really bizarre about no person is wrong, all opinions
are valid,
or something like that, and I'm just like rolling my eyes going, I'm going to be a good fit here.
How was it? What was her name? Lori or something?
Oh, this was long before that. This was it.
There was one. She went on to WABC. ABC. Well, anyway, where Stern was, and I remember we've done a lot of things, for you and Jim Sharp and other guys. Whenever there is a liberty-oriented talk show host, we'd like to make a campaign out of it. We need to show some love, man. There needs to be support and signs and all that. Well, we got Jim Sharp the morning gig, over there.
Sure did.
And she called me and she goes, "Were you behind those signs?" I go, "Not as far as you know." It's not, I ain't take credit for nothing, man. I might get in trouble. But we would put up signs for stuff just to be buttheads, and then call the newspaper and say, they said, vote, this person for that, and do it. And they go, well, he's a talk show host. You can't. I go, yeah, you should fire him. Then we call the paper. You should fire this guy. And then they knew it was us after a while. Ernie got some more press. It's so easy for me because these guys are so predictable. If you can play to their weakness, they just that's coming. Arizona 2020. I met with Shauna Bollock last Friday.
Okay.
Clint Bollock's Supreme Court Justice's wife is a representative in this district where I live, and I don't want to say my representative. Nobody's my representative. That's me. Yeah. But in the district that I live, as done by the Crown, they say my representative is. So when we met, you can tell. There is a political mindset in some people, and gosh darn it, we're going to use the force of them. We're going to get some. And, of course, she, because being Clint's wife, she understands, our language and freedom and all that kind of stuff. But, yeah, it's still a political thing, What do you think the politics in Arizona is going to be in 2020? We got McCain's gone. We have, it's kind of purple state, whatever the hell that means. We got all the pensions are going to go here. I mean, it's just like everybody else. Yeah. And we're probably better than most states, but it's going to be devastating here. So I know what the hell's happened to Illinois, So what do you think the future is in the political landscape and why they're going to be begging to get Charles back on the air?
No, they're not.
Hell, they're not.
No, they're not.
Watch me. All I got to do is make it a project. You watch.
Yeah.
You just got to say you will and do
it,
man.
Are you behind those signs, Ernest?
I'll be you know. Dick. Watch me. It's kind of, you're willing. Well, when we come back, that's what we'll focus on. The politics here in the nation, the economics, international, and as it applies here in the people and the mindset in Arizona. Who would know better than Charles Goyette? I can't think of anybody. We'll be right back.
I'm a little obsessed with My Magic Mud. Several years ago, I met Jessica Armand, the founder and CEO of My Magic Mud, and I didn't even know my teeth were coffee stained. A week's worth of use convinced me, and now I use it every 3 or 4 days. It's clinically proven to whiten teeth, and I think it cleans better, too. My Magic Mud's available at most local health food stores, Sprouts, Natural Grocers, CVS, Walmart's Natural Beauty Aisle, but I can get it for you for 20% off with coupon code FTL20 at mymagicmud.com. FTL20 mymagicmud.com.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market. Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and one with just the Edgington Post. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
You know how annoying it is when someone keeps stopping mid-sentence as though he or she were asking you a series of questions? Avoid doing that. It sounds unnervingly tentative, and it imposes upon the listener to help you complete the thought. And if you're a job seeker, this alone could be a deal killer. An effective communicator sounds more confident. Complete the thought. Avoid making the listener impatient. With money and attention so scarce now, effective communication skills have never been more important. Cutting through the clutter rather than blending into the blah, blah, blah will help you connect better no matter what the conversation. For more tips, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook. Survivalspeech.com.
Some of our live shows are streamed in HD on Twitch. Please follow and share at twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
There are those that just want to be left alone, and those that just won't leave them alone. Which one are you? The Ernest Hancock Show.
I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't. I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't.
So good! So good!
I got you.
You can't sing over the.
I know, that's why I did. You know, one time I did. I tell you what it was. I played some Boston or Queen or something. You know, whatever the hell it was. And when I came in a little bit and I got admonished by my board op saying, "Hey, you're a talk show. You're not allowed to sing in the rejoin." I'm going, oh, hell no.
Yeah, right.
Watch this, you know? So that's why I do it, is just because, you know, screw them, you know?
Was he making a comment about your singing ability, or you're making a comment about what you should and should not be allowed to do?
I'm sure there was a little bit of both in there. But yeah, no, it's...
People tell me all the time I can't sing either. And I don't go, oh, yes, I can. I go, yeah, you're right.
Well, I didn't say I can do it well, but I'm freaking going to do it. I'm going to have some board op tell me that I can't. I'm like, really? Well, so all day I came back, you know, just so Get Over It became a thing. So I'm not claiming, well, obviously, you know how well I do or do not. So, you know, get over it. The one thing that Charles has always been is a standard here in the Valley. And you've had big impact on a lot of government freaking boondoggle or whatever. You've stopped a lot of stuff. You know, if you didn't stop it, you sure as hell articulated the argument against it. It had long legs. You know, people still talk about you and so on. But as time goes on, that starts to go.
Sure.
You know, it's just like, you know, it's been, 11 years or so since the Lovolution, and I go, yeah, that Ron Paul, you know, Lovolution logo, yeah, we did, and we're kind of part of it. The what?
Yeah.
The who?
Yeah.
You know?
No, I know.
I have no idea what you're talking
Fame is
about.
fleeting, dude.
You know, yeah, whatever, you know. But it adds to the resume, and you are a New York Times bestselling author, and you got another book coming out, you got some screenplays. So this is when you started. I remember we were doing the interview for Liberty. It was a documentary on the Ron Paul thing, and we're over at your places when your agent called, and, you know, that you had sold the book.
Yeah.
And the conversation, I mean, minutes before, I'm like, Charles, man, your time's coming. Don't worry about it. This guy, oh, it's going to be coming again. Yeah. You got another book. You got this. And I'm going, you know, this is always coming. What do you think's coming? Is it going bad? Are we going to be better? You know, all the economic stuff that's happening, 2020 election cycle, impeachment of what, you know, the people better prepared now or not?
No, they're really ill prepared, and it's something we just have to go through. You know, somebody says, you know, what do you do? What's the best cure for a hangover? And the answer is, you know, don't go drink so much on Saturday night, and you'll find Sunday morning hangover gets cured real fast. So it's the same thing with America. You know, if people think you can have $22.6 trillion in federal debt, and you can have, you know, $200 trillion in unacknowledged, hidden below the waterline, below the iceberg debt. And if people think that you can squander the people's capital, so there's no capital left in the capitalist country, if people think you can do all of this stuff, if people think that you can treat generations to the assumption that somebody will pay for their, you know, their consumption and their lifestyle and stuff, and that it can go on forever, it's like, okay, so you don't have to call it karma, but it's just sort of the law of reckoning, of economic law of reckoning. You know, the two sides of the balance sheet. And so,
but they never let a good crisis go to waste.
No.
They create this, it gets bad, and then what's going to come after, and then that's where the role of, I don't know, the people, you and I, whatever influencers, kind of, you know, hell no, which is why so many things get banned on YouTube.
Yeah.
Google searches don't have anymore. We created our search. We'll be making a bigger deal out of it. We do some releases here in a few weeks. But the search engine on Freedom's Phoenix is now better than Google.
Good.
When you go to Google and you have a feature on there and you go in the search, it will say freedomsphoenix.com Google. You know, anything from Google, but it was on Freedom's Phoenix, it'll come up. Or I can search my own engine, or you can just search Google without it. When you do that, a bunch of the stories that we've been archiving, 300,000 plus over the past 15 plus years, since 15, what is that? So that's like 14 years that we've had it on there. And I go, I know we wrote about it. I know this. I know it. So we redid the search engine on us. I go, there it is.
Wow.
Google is trimming crap loads of stuff.
Are they? Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I'm going, holy crap, hundreds of thousands of freedom orient. Just go to freedomsphoenix.com and search that first. Then you'll find it.
He who controls the past, Google, controls the present. He who controls the present controls the future. This is the whole game plan.
Boom.
It's the whole game. And so all this stuff goes down the memory hole. I'm glad you're, you know, preserving a record for posterity and stuff. It's
that's what the IPFS thing is about, too. All of our stuff now is not just on a server. It's on multiple servers on a node network, kind of like, you know, decentralized nodes for like crypto and stuff. But The interplanetary file sharing is for that reason, because I know that a lot of stuff that's why we had the mid page. Why don't you go to the mid page? Why don't you just go to the article? Because I want at least some of the article, the comments on it, the links to other stuff, kind of, so that doesn't go away. I guarantee that will not go away from me. But anything else, and especially Yahoo, we used to do a lot of stuff from Yahoo. Yahoo News I encouraged all our writers and everything not to use Yahoo links, because after a month or two, they just go away. Mm-hmm. They don't stay. So what should stay? What do you hope the next generation gets?
I don't know, but it's all kind of it's unfolding kind of in slow motion. All of this stuff, there's a reason that the statists on the left and the statists on the right are fighting so bitterly now. Things have gotten really, really ugly, and they tweet at each other, and they want to impeach one another, and they want to kill each other and stuff like this. The reason it's gotten so ugly is because the resources that they use to buy office and stuff are shrinking. And so the fights get more and more desperate, and they're trying to claw each other's eyes out, because it's not like the fat old days of the Great Society and LBJ and Richard Nixon stuff, when there's so much American money to plunder to buy your way to office and stuff. The pie is shrinking. And so the politics are getting much more desperate. This is what's going on in the whole culture, though, too. It's the exact same thing. The more that they are losing power over the minds of people, that all the institutions of our lives are in crisis breakdown. I mean, churches, the legal system. I don't have to tell your listeners this. Everybody knows it. The legal system, the education system, government system, every institution of our lives is in breakdown. And here's what happens under the circumstance. They become more and more desperate to hold power. So it's what you see from the state. They are losing their grip. It's unstoppable. They are losing their grip. This is what you're always been on the leading edge of. They're losing their grip. They will not have their grip forever. But in the meantime, they become more and more desperate. That means more and more authoritarian, more and more violent. Yeah, exactly. To try to hold on. The success, the real solution to all these problems is for them to, take a little more of a, kind of a Zen approach. Yeah, we're losing our power. Why? Well, we didn't use it wisely, and we've squandered it, and we're bad people and stuff like that. We should just, gracefully let go of things, the first things on the leading edge that we can't really, they should start realizing the nature of the times, that the wheel is turning and they're going to lose their power. But instead they resist, they dig in their heels, and things become more violent, more polarized, and it can lead to really ugly periods.
What do you think it's going to be? Instigated violence? I mean, they've tried, got to have a civil war. We got Antifa over here, we got Proud Boys over here, and they arrived on the same bus, and we got this constant, seriously. There's videos of people going, hey man, I'm on, they're like, right, and then they go out and take positions and action. I mean, it's just, we've been through this before. Yeah. You and I have covered this stuff over and over and over. Do you think I keep doing it because I guess it keeps working? Is it going to stop working sometime?
And everything they say is a lie. I watched a lot of TV over the last couple of days, and this gun thing, I guess it's because of Beto O'Rourke or something, but the gun thing has been front and center on all the, the nighttime Fox and CNN and MSNBC show, the gun thing. And all they're talking about is assault weapons, which you and I know are just, because of the way somebody designed the grip or something, But anyway, but the funny thing is, it's all sold to the people as, to reduce murders and gun violence and stuff. All 85% of the gun murders in America are handguns. They're not AK-47s. I mean, it's all nonsense. So why are they focused on AK-47s? Because it's
they don't want the people to defend against the guys with the handgun.
Of course.
We're going to keep going without commercial interruption so that, like Charles gets to talk and stuff. So we're going to go ahead and just yak it because we got to get into, the European Union, the debt, foreign policy, North Korea, China, Russia. I know Charles has no opinion about something, so we're going to get into that. And maybe I'll squeeze out, it'll be a little secret, squeeze out what his book's going to be about. You never know. We might, by accident, like I tricked him. Then a lot of the other stuff that's going on, our plans, for what's going to happen in the 2020 election cycle, what Charles might do. We've been trying to recruit him to run for something like forever.
Oh, that's going to happen.
And he's like, maybe not. Allie's like, nah, I vote no. But I tell you, there's going to be some fun. What might we use Charles for? I don't know. We'll rope him into something. Schmo's book. Go to the stream.
Don't you hate?
Okay. Foreign policy. I want to tick off a bunch of stuff. Every Wednesday we do, except last night, I think.
Are we on the air? Are we? Like
no, well, we're recording and it's live
it goes
streaming.
on? Okay.
Yeah, so it's streaming on all the platforms and all that kind of stuff, and then we have the recording.
So I won't say anything about that one time when we did that one thing. Then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I care. The what I want to do is rattle off like we do the kind of James, go around the world. If you don't have an opinion or don't know, I don't know, don't care. Okay. My first thing is last night we had a guy named Boris, what's his name? That Gerfand, I think. And he is an Orthodox Jew from Russia. In 1991 or so, 91, there's Russian tanks on the streets in Moscow, and he's 21 years old, and he's like, screw this, I'm outie. So he goes, I go to Israel, nah, they're going to tell me what to do too. I want to go to America. So he comes here and he lives in the valley and he's like, I don't have anybody telling me what to do anymore. And according to him, and I'm freer and yay, and he got a green card and his citizenship, he's legal. Now, he would read and he has friends back in Russia. And he could read Russian newspapers. He has friends back he stays in contact with and everything. And I know Putin and who he is and what he's going to do. And as he deciphered a lot of this, he would send himself text messages with full details of Clapper did this, Brennan's doing this, Putin's doing it. And he knew what was going on. He was getting this feed. And he goes, let me tell you how you get the attention of everybody. He texted it to himself with all this. And he knew that they knew. Things would happen based on it. So he's going, look, I know they're reading it. That's why I texted it to myself, because I know they're reading it. A Russian, in the U.S. saying text, I guarantee that. So he would see things happen based on his. He going, well, that worked. I'll do some more. I'll send some emails. I'll contact the Trump guy. I'll talk to the FBI. So then Peter Steinmetz comes across this guy, bought a car from him or something. And, of course, Peter's down low. Ooh, Ernie, you need to talk to this guy. I wasn't going to out Peter until he did, whatever. So I go, all right, talk to him. He comes on. Tells me his basic spiel. I go, look. He's like, look, I know all. It's an inch thick. It's around here somewhere. It's like inch and a half thick of documents and emails and text messages. And he wanted to get it out, his phone number on. He didn't care. I want to get it out. So then it's kind of like I wind up undead, because I just want everybody to know that it doesn't do him any good. Just bring more attention to it. So he puts this out and he's going, this was his scenario, and I'll see what you think. Putin was doing opposition research on Clinton and Trump. Duh. Okay? To say he wasn't would be naive anyway. So he's doing all this. He goes, we need to have control in the White House, just like the Clintons with all the FBI files from back in the 90s. They were trying to control Clinton Foundation of we got our own little whatever. He goes, well, I want my list. So, which, like he probably already had it anyway. But, Putin comes in and he had all this opposition research. He knew about the GPS thing. When Snowden came out with all these different programs, he's like, really? Well, he started his own programs, or they had infiltration into whatever, and they had the codes in the back end of this is what he's claiming. So when they found out, when Snowden came out, they changed all the master codes and whatever, so Putin kind of lost a lot of stuff that he had access to. But they have all these, go ask the Russians. They have the emails. They got, probably, okay? Go ask NSA. I lost, that one, my favorite, porn video of whatever. Can you get it for me? Kind of thing. People have done that. They called up, made fun, done prank phone call. Hey, man. And then they call back this one Iranian guy, and he goes, my friend said that when I called you about, I had this that I shouldn't. You're not putting me on a list, are you? And it was a spoof that he did. Sure. He kept calling back and having it on this YouTube. It was funnier than hell. So I'm just going, and they're going, well.
By the way, just to interrupt you, not for once, you've certainly heard the Adam Schiff spoof, right? Where the shock jocks of the morning radio team call him up, got him on the air and spoofed him. Now we have this stuff.
It was like a year ago or two. Yeah, I remember that.
It's hilarious.
So this is his point is that Putin was actively working with no matter who was going to be in there, going to be their puppet, like they believe Obama was. Well, if Hillary came in, they wanted to be able to control her, so and then this Trump thing happened, and they went, whoa, they didn't see that one coming either. he's of the opinion Putin respects Trump. Finally, I got a leader that's not a pushover puss, and we can do it no matter how crazy he is. But I mean, whatever he's doing, and it doesn't even matter. But at least, he's in America for whatever the hell that means. Now, this information that came into Putin's, lap, and he's sitting there massaging it, he's saying that part of the coup was, no matter who it was, they had enough dirt on both of them that they were going to impeach or have them not sit, or it was going to be so bad that the Congress was going to pass an amendment to the Constitution to allow Obama to have another term. Okay? This was the plan. And I'm going, this tells me, and Frank and I were interviewing him, we're going, this kind of proves that, Putin really doesn't understand America. To think that would go through. Hey, man, they just passed a law. You follow the law, right? It's going to be a law, constitution of the law. And I'm going, you definitely don't know America. You could say, that's going to be their salvation is Congress passed a law and Obama gets another 4 years, which is what everybody was threatening, is going to happen. Oh, my God, we can't. If they made one move towards that, I'm like, it served my purpose. Yeah, I go, sure. What's the freaking point now? It's like, screw them. So, but he couldn't understand that. Being a Orthodox Russian Jew, come here in America, it's like, well, we follow the law, don't we? Rule of law. And I'm going, yeah, right, So this was, he goes, oh, yeah, Putin knows America. Was that scenario a possibility? Do you believe any of that to be accurate or true, or that is something that just pie in the sky, or nothing surprised me anymore. Yeah. But, do you think something like that would have been able to be bulldozed through?
Yeah, no.
No.
Yeah, no. It's even like the Supreme Court packing in the 30s. People loved FDR. They reelected him 4 times because he promised, he would give them free stuff and he would save
Chicken
the
in every
world.
pot.
And even if I have to start a bloody international war and get a bunch of Americans killed in places like Pearl Harbor as sacrificial victims to get us into the war, he said, I'll do anything if you'll love me. And the people say, well, we love you, and we'll love you for a long, long time. He goes, good, because now I'm having some trouble. I want to pack the Supreme Court. And the people go, well, wait a minute. You're not allowed to. You can't really. That's a little bald-faced.
Because he couldn't get what he wanted. He went from 9 to 12 Supreme Court justices so he could get a majority or whatever.
Yeah. So I don't think anything like that would fly. I see this whole thing.
He wasn't successful, but
I can be wrong too. But I see this whole thing as a deep state operation. To make certain that we don't change our foreign policy of imperialism and that we don't stand down the toe-to-toe thing with Russia.
They go to any end to do it.
Yeah, they'll do anything. They will do anything. They will kill people in big, big numbers if they have to, but they will not let that. They won't let that happen. And I think that's basically what it's all about. It's about the empire and the deep state. And you see this, look, anybody that looks at this whistleblower thing about Trump and Ukraine and Biden's and stuff like that, the whistleblower in the White House is a CIA guy. Oh, I'm shocked. I'm stunned. It's a CIA guy. Gee, but I don't suppose he works with the CIA, does he? It's all deep. This is all deep.
This is the one thing that was interesting on that story, is that it wasn't a direct listening to the conversation himself.
Right.
It was somebody told him. Well, they had just recently changed the policy in the CIA that you could do a complaint on stuff you hearsay.
You had to be a fact witness to do a whistleblower complaint. You had to be the fact witness. But just in time so that they could have this just, 2 weeks beforehand or whenever, they go, look, we got to get this policy change because we got this plan unfolding over here.
I know, it's ridiculous, man.
I told you about this screenplay I've written about it's kind of a White House political thriller.
Yeah, you got to add that one in there.
Well,
New method.
The reason I finally sat down to write it is I had a book talking about all this stuff that I could not get published. Publishers wouldn't touch it. And I understood, I know, look, they want to make a dime and they don't want to I understand how all this stuff works, but I thought somebody's going to cut, I couldn't get anybody to touch it. So I thought, hell with it, I'll write it into fiction. It can, more people will see.
That's what Doug Casey does.
More people will see a movie than will ever read the book anyway. So.
Doug Casey, you have him on, he's been writing books. He's got I don't know, anti-hero, hero, whatever. He's got this guy that he does a lot of. He's a successful drug cartel guy. What would you think was going to happen? And he does this and does that, and it's all this freedom on the edge stuff and why, and the state sucks and all that. He goes, yeah. When you write a novel, you can write down whatever you want. Yeah. So he's got you got a novel in you? There's something you want to write, whatever you want.
That's right.
Do you?
Yes, I don't have the skill. I don't know. I was thinking about finding a really good novelist that could turn my screenplay into a novel, so I could have a novelized version of it also, so that when the film comes out, I'll make revenue from the book also. But it would take me a year or so to learn how to write a novel. I just don't have the time to sit down and learn.
Well, what are you doing? You're writing?
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of writing, man. I'm writing. I ghost wrote a couple of books for people.
Really?
Yeah. About topics you wouldn't even believe I would know anything about.
Well, you just do research and be able to put sentences together and have good grammar and
spelling.
And
bring a point of view anyway. So, so I did that. I'm writing a great deal of kind of economic political commentary anonymously for a client. I have a client that I write a great deal of stuff for. It's not under my name, but so I'm working.
So you got a job
all the time.
Well, you come across a lot of stuff. When I go here, I'll show the audience, okay, and you can see it up there. What I do when I go to Freedom's Phoenix, I have like ad blocker and all the ads turned off, so it looks different to some people. But when I log in, it gives me a lot of things that I can do. But a lot of people want to know, who is this Freedom's Phoenix reader for, or Robert Lee, or Gina, or whatever? Where are all this? Well, a lot of this in the morning that comes up is Donna. She gets up early, she sends it to Gina, she posts up, whatever interests her. To me, it's a different flavor. So the afternoon edition is the early edition kind of thing. So when I go into this custom module that will be turning on for everybody. You'll start getting this power because I got the power. I want to share the power with you because you can have the power. And the custom module, I have all these hot links, okay? These are all the places that I go, and I go through a lot of, it's lefty, righty, science, this, that, whatever. I got all kinds of stuff. So when I go here and I go through, it takes me a couple of hours to scan the internet for the things that I think is interesting. I might even read some of them. Watch a couple of videos, got, stuff on the side, finish it later. I'm out at night, hanging out, back of the table in the patio if I go and I read stuff. Where do you go? What's the information that you get? What's the sites that you find the most advantageous?
Well, let me look at my phone and see what I have.
I tell you one, Zero Hedge.
It's great.
Yeah, it's always been. And it's getting more and more and more and more. Hell, it might as well just be Freedom's Phoenix.
Yeah, it's a great site. It's really good. They don't produce as much material as they used to. I don't know. They slow down with old age, but it's
like every 20 minutes they publish now. It's on their thing. It's like boom, story. I
go to Target Liberty. Do you go there? Bob Wenzel. Oh,
I am now.
He's not exactly our guy, but he's hardcore libertarian, and you'll agree with him about 95% of stuff. And he's bold. He's the guy that marched into the Federal Reserve and gave a speech on why the Federal Reserve should be shut down. Anyway, Bob Wenzel, he has two websites I like. He has one called Target Liberty, targetliberty.com, and he has another one called, he's an economic consultant. He has another one called Economic Planning, it'll come to, economicpolicyjournal.com. Yeah, he's really good. Obviously, I love, all the Lou Rockwell stuff. I love the Rockwell blog and the Rockwell. I like all of that. There's a blogger named Steve Saylor who's very clever, and I like a lot. I go to Tacky Magazine, Theodore Takakopoulos or whatever.
Wait, you're going too fast. Okay, Tacky what?
Just Tacky Magazine, just Taki. He's a Greek shipping maggot heir. But he's written for the London newspapers for a long time. He's kind of a fun, high-class playboy guy. He's probably close to 80 now or something, but he's a fun writer, and he exposes the pretensions of the people. But he has a webpage. He was one of the guys that funded the American Conservative when they first started as an anti-war magazine back in...
and then evolved into...
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have Economic Policy Journal.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And we have...
TargetLiberty.com.
Tacky Mag. And then I got TargetLiberty.com, and there was another one I missed in there. That was their third one, I think.
That's all I can remember right offhand.
Okay.
But
so,
those are good.
So these are, and this is what I do. I'll go, all right, Target Liberty, and I copy the URL. And this is for the audience, so you know how you can do this. I go customize features, and I go into this custom quick links that you can customize on your own page. So Charles gives me one, and I got some I got to get rid of because they just suck. They're so bad. I'm going, all right, let's see, which one's the first ones that I can get rid of? Well, you do have some of the left guys up there, but, it's just, I'm not, like TED Talk and Wired magazines become worthless. I'm going Wired. You'd think you get Wired magazine would have, it's just so bad. So I'm going to go edit this and go, I changed my mind. We're going to do these guys. Boom, Target Liberty. So I go Target Liberty. Target Liberty. Boom, interchanges. Now that's something I go to every day.
That's good.
You see?
Yeah, he gets some good stuff on there. He's a good one.
See, there it is.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm so. I look at some of the leftist sites too, because they'll tell you that there's a select limited things they'll tell you the truth about, just like there are select limited things people on the right will tell you the truth about. But you have to be discerning. But I'm sorry to hear this about Wired, because there was a time you could get a lot of good scoop about it.
It's so much. They're so bad. It's just really
sorry about
got me. I just So we'll trade out Daily Cause. See, I have had a lot of these guys are going. Remember when we went to Camp Casey and all that kind of stuff, and we reported from there. All those, when they did the House of Peace thing and they had the Wi-Fi deal to where all these blogs, it was like Common Cause and Daily whatever the hell, Daily
Fire
Cause,
Dog
Common
Lake
Dreams,
and,
all the Raw
Wheel.
Story, Salon, these guys. And that was the beginning of this. Was the 06 campaign, Obama, building up. And Pelosi became speaker. And all. You could see the progressive roots. And it was Scott Horton and Alex Jones and I were there. We're the only three that kind of go, you see what's going on here, right? Yeah. And I kind of had a little bit more of an in because I was reporting as the producer of your show, and I did some other shows on Air America there. So they kind of gave me that libertarian gets to be here, eat Air America, Well, I got the marching orders of you are to report on this, you're to do this, you're not to do that. I'm going, whoa, who the hell is telling you guys to do what? I ain't in that club, whatever the hell club that is. Yeah. And then people come out and they go, well, what are you talking about? What's going on? You don't see what's happening here? Yeah. So it was obvious to me what was happening. And these guys that were born of that are getting replaced with some of these, because I never go to them. There's just so much BS.
Yeah.
So these are, what are you looking for in a site? Truth, justice, American way, what are you looking for?
I'm not looking so much for a viewpoint as the story behind the story. Somebody that goes out there and gets some of the details that the mainstream media blue pencils out of the story. You don't find out about. I mean, we were talking this morning about how the CIA changed the standard for what qualifies as a whistleblower, that used to have to be a fact witness, but just coincidentally, and it was a coincidence, just hours before their whistleblower popped up, just hours before they changed the standard so that you could be in a hearsay. Oh, you're a hearsay whistleblower. Wow, we don't think a lot of hearsay in the American jurisprudence system and in the common law, but if you're in the CIA and you're not a fact witness, hearsay is going to be just fine. So,
who made that policy change?
Well, the CIA did.
Well,
I don't know who did it.
Yeah, it always comes down to somebody.
Yeah.
This.
Hey, that's a good question. Who had the Patriot Act already written before 9/11?
They, them, those.
Okay, so those are the people that changed the policy about the whistleblowers.
They, them, those are really in charge of everything.
Yeah.
Do we know who they, them, those are?
We know a lot of them.
Really?
Well, I mean, they're
the
disgusting status, and their visible faces are guys like Brennan and Clapper and stuff, but it's a big kind of organic thing of people that love power and don't mind wielding it.
Yep, see, I got it done. The private keys of Julian Assange have been viciously tortured out of him.
Is that from Target Liberty?
Yeah. And I'm,
yeah, you're not going to read that in the mainstream. Oh, this whole thing, this is what drives me crazy. You cannot turn on Fox News, MSNBC, CNN as though you would want to, but you can't turn them on or go to, read any of this or anything about whistleblowers. We got to protect this whistleblower. No, we can't let his identity be known. Trump might want to threaten this whistleblower. Oh, he's threatening him. He might want to kill the whistleblower. You got to protect the whistleblower. And meanwhile, they're torturing Julian Assange to death.
Yeah,
what a bunch of phonies, man.
I'm really, this is. I give you an example. It is Saturday Night Live premiere Woody Harrelson. I'm going, yeah, Saturday Night Live premieres usually don't suck. I'm probably going to have to put up with some Alec Baldwin Trump. They keep saying he doesn't want to do, And, but, Woody Harrelson and the premiere, okay, cool. Well, I don't watch it live. I'll watch it later. And then I saw an article that had that its ratings have plummeted, lowest in, a decade or a long time or whatever. They aren't as relevant anymore. There's, they're kind of staying with this Trump bashing thing and I'm just going, all right, I'll watch it. It was so lame.
Was it?
It's not even funny.
Yeah, that's my complaint. It used to be funny. It's not
even
funny.
When they were, Baldwin hitting on Trump and doing it, that was funny as hell. But they took one side of the story. Anybody that knows what's really going on with this Ukraine thing and so on, and it was just propaganda with a few laugh tracks. And I'm like, Lorne Michaels, well, then you have Norman Lear that did All in the Family, at which they did a reboot. Did you know this?
I knew they did one. I haven't seen it.
I saw the pilot episode, okay, and they have a whole season up there. Woody Harrelson plays Archie Bunker. Tomlin, Marissa Tomei, or Tom, whatever that, and my cousin Vinny, my biological clock is ticking. She plays Edith. Oh, Archie. Okay, does a great job. Then you have, and then the Jeffersons is what's his name? Jamie
Foxx.
Yeah, Jamie Foxx.
Yeah.
So this is big star stuff. They use the exact same script. It's not a remake, it's a redo, okay? So they take the same script and they have a live studio audience, and they have Jimmy Kimmel sitting there next to Norman Lear and talking about the good old days when we used to be able to control America through sitcoms. That's what they're trying to do. They want to resurrect Hollywood's influence on television when there's nobody watching. I know. I'm like, it was entertaining to watch the first episode and kind of see where they're going.
Did it work using the old scripts?
Yeah, no, it was like you could see the history. But
was it funny?
It was educational.
Yeah.
And it was kind of humor. I mean, it was nostalgic, for some of those that lived through that as a kid. I was a teenager back then. Yeah. Like 13 to 17, 18, around the mid 70s and so on. So when you watch this, you could see how it had such an impact because nobody else was, given these ideas, and they put him in a bigoted bad guy role. It's psychological engineering. Social and economic engineering. This is what they were doing with these programs. And they think that they could just reboot it and do it again. You can see it. We'll do exactly that. We don't want to change anything. It worked last time. This is how these guys think. They're always fighting the last war.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is, but we're going to have Jimmy Kimmel sit there and explain it to you with 98-year-old Norman Lear, which is holding up pretty good. But this is all just a grasp at desperation of it worked before. Yeah. And you watch this and you go, that was kind of cool and nostalgic, but they're going, no. We're going to take over America. We got 2020. This is for 2020 election cycle.
It's interesting to me as a media guy all my life to watch. The media is replicating the dance steps of the government. So the government's losing control. They're losing revenue. They're losing credibility and stuff with the passing of each day. And they grow more and more desperate to try to do something to hold on. And I'm watching this go on in show business too, in everything, from newspapers to TV to movies and stuff, that it's all it's slipping between their grasp. And so they become more and more desperate to make it work. And it's a comedy of errors.
One question, is there anything those wouldn't do?
No.
To the point of what? When I say there's nothing they wouldn't do, that includes what?
Well, I'll tell you something. To me, it always, the kind of the bottom line is, will they lie you into a war? If they lie into a war, why wouldn't there? Why is there any kind of a standard or a barrier against what they would do if they'll lie you into a war? You know, what else is worse?
Yeah, what else is there?
You know, you kill people on both sides. You steal the people's money. You kill people on both sides. You never accomplish what you want. You have regime change wars all over the world that the American empire engineers, and none of them ever work, but they keep doing it. And so so what won't they do? There's nothing they won't do. Well, look, would they take out a president? Would they take out a president if he was going to blow the whistle on him, blow their cover?
Yeah.
What won't they do? That's why I wrote this screenplay as a political thriller. You put it in a book and you cite the real historical examples. You know, people go, I don't know, Charles. I go, well, you know, don't take it from me, but everything in here is documented, you know. But if you put it in fiction, then people go, yeah, that's exactly what they do.
Well, this is what this gentleman last night was all about. His whole thing was Putin wants dominion over the world, take over the world. And we go, to do what with it?
Yeah, what's the evidence of that anyway? Where's he expanding?
Hey, we're going to take over the world and leave you alone or something? I mean, you know, he's going to do worse than whatever the hell we got now? I mean, is he against that? Is he for populism? Is he protecting Russian individual rights of the blah, 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 blah? Well, probably not. But, I mean, he's going to maintain. He gets to be there. I can guarantee that. But I'm going, so what's he going to do with it? You know, how is he? And I'm thinking like, the Muslim, we got to build the wall and the borders of the Muslims are coming. They're going to get. I go, I don't know. They need a map. I mean, yeah, they're over there. Go get them. One less thing I got to do. I'm wondering what the threat is. You know, what is the target? What am I supposed to be concerned about? He's going to take down the banks. He's going to, you know, compete with the military-industrial complex. And now they're buying Russian weapons, and we don't got to subsidize Israel.
Shakespeare put it, as he always did, very elegantly. You busy, giddy minds with foreign wars.
Yeah.
How are you going to transfer money to the deep state? How are you going to transfer money to all the operators of the deep state? How are you going to transfer money to their patrons in the military-industrial surveillance complex? How are you going to do it? You're going to busy, giddy minds with foreign wars.
Yeah, that was one thing. You know, we started right off this country, even after, you know, they kind of dumped the Articles of Confederation, did that Constitution thing. And, you know, Washington goes, man, don't be doing this. And his final speech, he was very clear. This is where we'll go bad. Yeah. And I think he knew it because Art Hamilton was his, you know, big aide through the thing. He kind of social climber going up.
Freudian slip. You just said Art Hamilton.
Alexander.
Do you remember who Art Hamilton
is? Yes, I
do.
Yes, I do.
That came out of the past deep in your...
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway. Art Hamilton was a state legislator, Democrat, big, tall, black guy from South Phoenix, and he, you know, the liberal of whatever. American Legislative Exchange Council, there for a time, he was like the head whatever of that, which is a Coke thing or something, you know, back in the day. And I'm going, what? You know what? Anyway, so that goes way back.
Yeah, way back.
You know, but that
better not to revive all that.
You know, well, the only thing I need to revive is that here the legislators going into 2020 are much, as you talk to them, and they know you know, so you skip to the end on conversations. They know how this game is played. They're not even pretending anymore. They're just, I've aligned with the big money of the whatever, and until you guys can compete in principle, you know, advocacy of something future, you know, generations of pension, money, means nothing. It is all gone out there. Even this guy is one of us. He's like going, really?
Yeah.
You know, and it takes you about 3 questions in 5 minutes to find out they're not. Who is? You got a favorite legislator or something down there?
Me? What?
You know, you run in the crowds.
You know what? I don't even follow the state political news anymore.
I know.
I don't even follow it anymore. I just I can't stand it. And so I just can't, I can't bring myself, you know, I still subscribe to the old Dead Tree newspaper business, you know, because I'm in the media and I'd like to watch what goes on in radio and TV and newspapers and stuff like that. And I still get the newspaper. When I come to the story on page B1 or about what the legislator's doing, you know, just next page. I don't care anymore.
It's not that you don't care. It's that you just want your brain cells back.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You go to a diner or something like that. You're somebody from out of town or something, or interested in the paper. You look, $2 for Daily Republic. That's not like the penny saver or
Is
something.
that right? Yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So I'm all right, you get that, and you look at it, and you go through, I want my money back.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, because I don't have a bird, okay? I don't need to wrap fish.
I know.
I put down that fish wrap. You open it up, and every story is just lies.
It's unbelievable.
When I started getting a lot of interviews, press calling on this vaccine education summit thing, in the last week, man, I want to be my buddy, right? They always gaslight you. Don't you think that? Well, what if? And I'm going, wow, man, they gave you your 3x5 card, didn't they? Then I go, well, bring it on. Take a look at this, this, and this. So you're training them, and you give them quotes and everything. I'm going, the future, and I did with every one of the reporters. I go, the future is about credibility. And I go, are you going to have any? I mean, are you going to be someone that goes to that what you say matters? Or you're just a functionary of the machine that will spit you out?
Yeah, they don't even know better. They don't understand. They have a
you're on the Southern Poverty Law list up.
Yeah, they've been indoctrinated into a worldview, and there's no, it's like them, Columbus coming back to Europe and say, I've sailed beyond the horizon where the dragons are, and I've discovered a whole new world. And they go, no, you haven't. This is the world. It's just, it's kind of crazy. I've had, I don't even get upset about it anymore. I read there was a big crime spree in Maricopa County, guy going around shooting people and stuff, and it was awful. And they put pictures in of the people that were shot. Well, that doesn't do any good. They couldn't find this guy. They put pictures of the paper of the people that were shot. They put pictures of the bloody crime scene. They put pictures in, but they would not put a picture of the shooter in because he was an ethnic minority. And they didn't want to be accused of racism. So what good is it? I mean, there are people, the clerk at the grocery stores, giving the guy change. They're trying to find this guy. They can't find. Well, they got a clerk at the grocery store could tell him, hey, he just bought a pack of Marlboros here, But she's never seen their picture because the news won't put the picture out there. I mean, they're just like, these people are sick.
Okay, what is the purpose? All this control, all of the, it's obvious, it's out there, it's documented, but they do it anyway because it serves them in some way. What way? What?
Well, which they are you talking about?
I don't know. The guys that have the influence on the television and radio and newspapers, and they come. I give you an example. Rick Rellis, remember him? He was a columnist at the Republic. Yeah. He never lost a chance, man. Ernie was his project, man. It was always tie-dye, wearing, dope smoking, gun toting. Ernie Hancock says this about libertarian, this stuff, that, whatever, right? So even when I'm at my restaurant, you had, we were always doing media stuff and different things, and he'd be a butthead. Well, when he retired, he went on to kind of guest host for a while, Horizon, the PBS news thing at the evening and so on. Then they did a big, he's retired, he's not that old, he's like in his 40s or something at the time, but it's like, Rick Rellis, one of the, the stalwarts of the, blah, 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 and he went through his history. He was a columnist, a writer at the state newspaper, which is the ASU newspaper. I guess he went to ASU journalism school, Walter Cronkite, whatever the hell there. So he would write for the student newspaper. Everybody was saying when they get into the media and the press, they turn bad. They incentivize and they go, why would they do that? They just pick them off the tree. Well, that's what they did with Rick. He was doing, government needs of this, and, they get a Pulitzer when they got some law passed to save the children or whatever the hell it is. They give these incentives for your career if you get the change towards what they want, public policy, the more central command of control or whatever. That's how the incentives work. If you're someone about individualism, Charles is not invited to be on Clear Channel anymore, that kind of thing. So Rick, I could see they select these guys from the pool of whatever the hell. They're not changed. They're picked that way.
That's exactly right. It's not like they have to be beaten into submission.
Right.
They're just like, they've never questioned the presuppositions of the state. They've been, they've gone to government schools. They've read government newspapers. They've been educated by government professors. I mean, they don't even know there's another world out there.
Well, what do you think is the future, though?
Of what?
Of journalism. You know, it used to, I mean, you could see it. It was going to be, you know, the more popular than any talking head on whatever network. There's some skateboarding bulldog.
I mean, it's the same future as everything. It's decentralization. Yeah. The institutions are breaking down. The news institutions, the churches, the education, the school, the legal system, all of these systems, all of the institutions of our lives are breaking down. So the alternative, the solution is decentralization. And that's why, and it's a great thing, so that's why you have on Freedom's Phoenix, you have, like 60 websites that you refer people to. And now something new has happened. You are thrust on your own resources to go through those and find. Now you got to ask questions. Wait, this is the leftist guy. The leftist guy says, bigger state, bigger government is good. Hey, I'm not interested in what he says about that. I want to know if he has anything to say about, X, Y, or Z that I'm interested in that I don't know. And the rightist guy, he's interested in a new war somewhere around. I don't care what he says. I'm thrust on my own resources. I want to know what he has to say about, the CIA changing the rules of the game in the middle of it.
Did anybody address that at all?
I don't know. Not that I know of. But I mean, that's so transparent. It's so transparent. So anyway, but I mean, this makes everybody, they are people, human beings are forced to rely on themselves now. Instead of the editor of the newspaper, the news director at the TV channel, it's
everything is about collectivization of thought, action. It takes a village to rule you. I mean, whatever it is. We just had an hour before you came on. You got to say, what's up to Glenn. These young people in Europe, they've experienced, they understand what's going on. They got a little bit of a, there's a tale of this communist Eastern Bloc thing, and they're going, yeah, we can. And once they hear liberty, each one of them, they go, once they heard this, Red Atlas shrugged, and they go, whoa, I get it. I've been healed. Well, how is that being missed here in America? No, of course, there's a lot of young people doing this, and they got it. But is it enough? It's always enough. I mean, you just sooner or later timing just makes it happen. Are we getting closer to that time?
I know the decentralization process is going to keep unfolding whether people are ready for it or not. So, there's always the leading edge, there's always the remnant, there are always the people, that are kind of ready for it. Your listeners are ready for it. They know that decentralization is the order of technology, of education, of religion, of the monetary system, of the legal system. They know that decentralization of the media, decentralization, they know that's the answer. It's time for the old centralized control to be their grip.
Pirates without borders.
Yeah, they know that. But there are other people that have to be dragged screaming and kicking, not by us, not by force. They don't need to be dragged by us into the future. They're going to be dragged into the future by
circumstances. Yeah. But why? What are they holding on to? See, it's a lot of. I'm looking. Okay, you ever heard of the Myers-Briggs personality test thing? Yeah. I did this on a couple that was visiting from Ireland. And the guy, and she like, he always this, and you can see, what do they call it? ENTJ, the commander thing, which is what, I come out at. And it's just, it's only like, 3% of the people, but it's just, everybody has their own personality. And this personality is kind of, let's just go get some. Well, I could tell Barry Kerwin, I already know it. We were talking about it at some, micro pub, and they're Irish, and see what kind of beer you got, so we're going at it. And Donna was gone. She was at a thing that day, so we went out drinking. So we're sitting there talking. I said, "You so got to do this. It's like 70 questions. It takes like 10, 15 minutes to do this thing." So you go through. What do you think of this? It's kind of revealing. I thought it was an interesting test. And it was one of Adam's guys did me, a couple of years ago. I said, yeah, as long as it's on your phone, because I ain't doing it on mine. I don't want them to know. So we go through this thing. Sure enough, there's certain personality traits that you can see. Yep, you guys are like, yep, you think like that. Yep, this is what's important to you. Yep. I could see that he was this type. Once you see these different things, you can tell. Well, these are the people that make changes. This is the ones that you'll really, influence all these other guys. I'm wondering what you are.
Yeah, I don't know.
It would be interesting. Yeah. But they all fall into I want to know the truth category. You know, are they vaccinating and medicalizing and fluoriding and GMOing us out of this personality? You see my point?
Yeah, sure.
It seems like there's just a little bitty tweak, and if they can do it, we need to get them a flu shot.
This
they
is
do
all,
it.
this was all covered in Brave New World. I mean, human beings were genetically modified into being alphas, betas, deltas, and stuff like that. And the delta didn't know that he was a delta. He just was whoever he was. So he didn't know he'd been genetically modified. And but I mean, look, what won't they do? If they'll lie you into war,
if they can.
Yeah, if they lie into war, there's something they won't do.
We have the infrastructure now is becoming a lot more obvious. Like we've been screaming this, and you're crazy right up until you're not. And there's a meme here, Greg Tivnan, and Greg, he sends it, you get on this list. He sends this, meme every day, and it's just, nothing. I go, you send me the memes, I'll put it up on free, and maybe not. Because I go, I don't think he's going to go. But this one could, it says, DuckDuckGo, because Google is so 1984.
Yeah. How true.
Right. See, this stuff is funny with it. So that's why they got to attack the memes. Yeah. This meme war thing. And when they did this NPC, non-player character, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You go on some video game, and every time you bump the bum around, he's always, hey, stop it, man. Hey, stop it, man. Hey, then you may have a second phrase or something, you come around the other direction of the block. But people just, and I understood exactly what they meant. It was right on target, and that's why the left freaked out. You can't, that's so what? What the hell is that? They're NPCs, non-player characters. That's so demeaning. That's so something. You can't have that depiction. I'm going, wow, man, did that hit close to home or what?
Yeah.
We're like living in a Matrix or something.
I know.
There's just non-player characters. Well, what do you think the influence is now? I mean, you go online, you write books, I guess you're doing movies now and so on. What do you think influence in the future is going to be like that you're going to have a role in? Or hell, if there's going to be influence at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't really know. I just do what I'm, feel compelled to do, just like you're doing what you're compelled to do, and you add your voice to the public discussion, and you don't know what the results will be necessarily, but you know that you couldn't live with yourself if you didn't do what you thought was right. Yeah.
Grandpa, what did you do during the revolution? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So how old is your oldest grandchild now? 4?
She would be, say, 6, I would say.
Really?
Yeah. I have one that turns 1 this month. My youngest one turns 1 this month. He just learned to walk the other day. We watched the video of him learning to walk about 300 times.
Sierra just had her second child.
Wow.
So now we're up to 12.
Wow, 12.
Boom.
Wow.
Well, 3 of them are step-grandchildren, but, I've known them since they were preschool. So
fine. Come on into the family.
Yeah,
You're a part of the family.
They're like,
you can't get out. You're in, you can't get out.
All the in-laws.
You can check out anytime you like, but you can
never leave. This is today, Corsair's children come, which means a bunch of others will too, because he's in Chandler area. So they'll be here because they're in fall break or something. They got a bunch of breaks, whatever they got. So they're coming here, we'll hang, and then I got to leave in a day and a half. So, I get to spend some time with her tomorrow. And the impact that this philosophy has on young children that they can get, that don't have to have this cognitive dissonance where they got competing ideas in their head that they got to jumble and they just go, God, Mom and Dad's full of crap. This is not logical. Libertarian philosophy of, you own you own your stuff, you might want to share, but, we got property right thing, all this kind of freedom-oriented, it's logical. And a lot of times they seek that, want that. When we're talking to language liberty guys from Europe, they're going, man, where's this been all my life?
Yeah.
Well, they sure as hell don't want you to be exposed to it at school. And they used to, and when I was going to elementary school in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and high school in the late 70s, by junior high, so 76, 8 round, 75, 6 round in there, 1984, Brave New World, all these were required reading. They're not anymore.
Well, no. Yeah, we're missing them. So here's my earliest memory I remember of kind of this stuff. I remember asking my first grade teacher, or it could have been second. I don't know. I remember her face, but anyways, first or second grade teacher. I said, well, what is the difference between a president and a king? And she kind of fumbled around. I don't remember everything she said until she got to the bottom line. She said, so she's trying to make the point about democracy, I'm pretty sure, and so she finally got to the bottom line, and she said, so basically, the king is just the head of the government, whether anybody wants him there or not, but the president is there because people want him. And I thought, well, that's the most ridiculous thing ever. You come to my house, you hear my dad doesn't want him. So I knew right then, that just because they say that's the answer doesn't mean that that's the answer.
I remember in second grade, it was Nixon's election, so it had to be 68. Yeah, that's probably right. 68. Second, third grade, I can't remember. I think it's probably second grade around then. And Nixon was running. And I remember my father saying something, so I repeated it at school, I'm just repeating when I'm 7, what do I know? And I go, Nixon will never get us out of Vietnam. Teacher freaked out. Okay? Yeah, one, you're assuming I know what Vietnam is. Yeah. Well, you'd see it on TV every day at dinner, you kind of go, and the response from a teacher on what a student would say, or what their parents said, and from then I'm going, I kept my mouth shut about anything my parents ever said about politics or anything from then on, because it sparked something that I didn't know anything really about what was going on, but the teacher was willing to counteract my parents. Mm-hmm. I'm going, that right there, I was going, whoa, what? If my dad knew what you said, I'm just going to be quiet about this. This is going to become a thing. Well, hell, that's like expected now. You got to turn in your parents.
Yeah. So I had a sixth grade teacher at public school in Flagstaff, and he was, I liked him a lot, but he was really leftist. He went on to be a state senator, and he was a state senator for a long time. I think a pretty powerful state senator for a long time. But he was my sixth grade teacher before he became an elected official. And I used to come home from school, and we'd have dinner, and I go, you know what my teacher said today? Because I was like, this was all scrambling my brain. He said this, but we don't think that around this household. Right. And I remember my older brother goes, boy, have you been indoctrinated? And I go, I don't even know what that word means. But it was good for me because I started paying attention.
Well, your father was a philosophy professor at NAU.
Right.
I mean, that has a little to do with your upbringing.
It helped. He taught us all, at least, to question all of our presuppositions. That's the Socratic thing. Oh, two heads are better than one. Yeah, I remember walking through the campus and seeing a sign on one of the bulletin boards in the hallway not far from his office, and it says, I don't know, it was, talking about cooperation or something. And the sign said in a big funny cartoon and stuff, big sign, said, two heads are better than one. And he saw me look at that as we walked by, and he goes, are they? And I go, well, I don't really know. I don't really know.
Maybe 200 are.
Yeah, so for some things they would be, right? Yeah. So anyway, so
just question it.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think some of these sayings or the inputs into society that we get now? Here, I give you an example. You have the media, rock the vote. You got vote or die. I mean, all these things that they're injecting into the next generations just to get them to regurgitate it. What are some of these tropes that you think are going around now?
I'll tell you something. I was a rock and roll disc jockey in my youth, in my misspent youth. But when I see something like, rock the vote, I'm thinking, I don't want anybody to vote that wants the vote rocked. I don't know exactly what that means, but if they want to be motivated by an expression like hey, let's rock the vote, I don't want them voting. And
maybe I don't want the vote rocked.
Yeah, how about that? And I used to hear this all the way through. we used to get these. My first job in radio, we used to get all of these public service announcements. So if the time wasn't sold out, if you didn't have sponsors, and there were, in the middle of the newscast, you had a break and stuff, and you'd run a public service announcement. People don't hear a lot of those, but there were all of these kind of collectivist public service announcements, buy U.S. savings bonds, and they filled the hole where a commercial had to go if you didn't have the time sold. And it was all of this stuff, and it was stuff like encouraging people to vote. And I thought, wait a minute, all these people vote against the things that I want, because every election that's won is won by somebody I didn't want, So I thought, what am I running this stuff for? I can't run this stuff.
Well, do you think that's true? I mean, you know me, how we first got on your show back in the early 90s is because I was doing the voter registration thing, and vote this time it matters, register, because now you can register yourself. You're not a deputy registrar from the party saying, oh, you can't be libertarian. I mean, so that was, my first foray into this as I go, now there's an opportunity for us to not be selected so much by these deputy registrars that people can just do it. And how I got on your show is we were putting them, we got like tens of thousands of us, like, I don't know, 100, at least 60, 70,000 voter registration forms. And we got them to the fast food community. We went to, remember the Pizza Hut guy came in and we talked about it.
Yeah, I remember.
Pizza Hut and Domino's and McDonald's and Wendy's and all that. What happened was we give them a pack of like 50 or 100 and they want more. And I'm going, wow, man, a bunch of people must be coming up and getting them on the front counter. They go, no, it was the employees. They just started putting them in the hiring jackets. They could just register to vote when they get, McDonald's America job. And I'm going, wow, it didn't dawn on me that the demand for voter registration, that these deputy registrars from the parties were not going, to where these guys were, right. The poor, I got a job at, Circle K or something. Well, the employees, and you got these fast food restaurants will have, 80, 100 employees. And they were just flooding through these and getting all registered to vote. They got a bunch of young people going, hell no! Yeah. They wanted to stop. And that's how I got on your show, is they were trying to stop this because there was a bunch of young people registering, and I'm going,
yeah. So
about it.
Democracy's good when the vote goes our way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they don't want these.
It's not good when they vote against us.
Well, if they can get them indoctrinated, they will. Sure. So it's been so obvious to me over my years of activism, and I deal where the rubber meets the road. I'm out on the streets where you do bypass signs. Vaccine Education Summit stuff, we got big signs. The summit, a QR code that goes all the videos. We already start putting them up or making them, doing the activists, putting them around everywhere, because it needs to be a campaign now to scare legislators when they come in January. And I go, no, if you don't do it now, they're going to, oh, no, we got it. It's May. You have nobody running against them. They didn't do anything, and you're done. And I'm going, why you guys keep doing that? They're lying to you now. Don't wait till later. What, you think, later the lie is going to turn into a truth? Or something? What, you think they're not lying? Of course they're lying. They don't want this issue. I'm like, because it's so revealing.
All the institutions of our time are in crisis, and they're all breaking down, and they're becoming irrelevant. And that's the only That's the only way to reclaim our freedom is their irrelevancy. So let them pass the laws that they want, whatever. That's fine. No,
this is the guy last night. You got a Orthodox Jewish Russian moved here from America at a young age, still got contact, knows what's up, and wants to express his opinion, and he thinks he has a big opinion. Well, he's going, but if they get Congress to pass a law, I go, obviously that's the one part he didn't get.
Yeah, he didn't get that.
How many laws that I ignore? They
don't even know what the laws are on the books. It
doesn't matter. They enforce it a different way anyway.
This was funny in the Trump thing about Ukraine, is like his attorneys got really, really busy about, and they went and they dug up a law that says the president is required, when there's evidence of corruption in dealing with foreign governments, to demand of the foreign governments that they give them the evidence of the corruption. So
really, there's that law?
There's such a law, but there's a law that says anything. You can find a law that says anything.
I know, it's like the Bible.
Anyway, well, okay.
All right, so this is, what do you think, before we end this, we got to give people from your perspective, all the stuff that you've gone through, and I've gone through, and I've gone through, and all, I just need to, ask directly, and the reason that, I love talking to you is that I always get a clear picture of the future.
I don't know, but we've shared a lot of experiences in the past, too.
Yeah, but but that gives us kind of a view on the future.
It does,
I'm wondering, because Arizona, we're going to bring it back 2020 here, because it's getting so bad. They're resurrecting a bunch. I could see it going again because they think they can get away with it, and I'm going, oh, I'm so glad when you guys do that. Let's talk about it. And now we have the media platform and the immutability, IPFS, and a lot of other stuff that we can have an impact, and it's going to stay there. And it's hello. They go, well, we'll get Ernie. We'll shut down the Cox cable if you didn't mesh network is space-based, freaking suck it. Now what? Damn it, I hate when he does that, but they're going to do it. And in 2020, what would you like to see that you would see a success in this educational time slot, presidential, whatever the hell is going on? What would you like to see? I'd do it for you, just because I love you.
Yeah. In the state of Arizona, you mean?
Yeah. Well, it'd be they have impact everywhere else. I mean, because it's always Arizona, and then it influences everywhere else.
I can't even think of anything. I can't, my entire focus is on the people that drop bombs on people around the world, the people that are destroying, the money, the people's money and their savings and their futures. My entire focus is on all of this kind of national stuff where you have the least impact. Well, I mean, it's funny. You can have more impact doing something in Arizona. You can't stop what these clowns are doing on a global stage, but they're the ones that draft your kids. They're the ones that destroy your future. They're the ones that plunder your bank account. They're the ones that do the things that really, really, really hurt people on a big scale. They destroy jobs. They destroy people's livelihoods. So whether Arizona decides to build the 303 or the 202 to the 404 or whatever the big thing is, I don't even really watch it anymore.
I'm looking for the spirit, the rebellion that Arizona usually has.
Right.
It's always it's like you got that nail thing. You got a 2x4 with 50 nails in it. Which one's getting hammered?
Yeah.
The one that's sticking up the most.
Yeah, sure.
It's always freaking Arizona.
But isn't that been so watered down now by all the people who moved here from from more status
Which
states?
is why it needs to be resurrected.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's because I go, no, you moved to Arizona for a reason.
Right.
Get away from all these other, go quit bringing in your other reasons. The reason we get this stuff, like they do Californication of, Payson or Prescott, or they move, because these political, sociopathic, whatever, because they can. They move in, they go, ooh, there's no community. They have some money left. Yeah, I know. we built some sidewalks.
We've destroyed paradise in, say, Southern California. We've left the people broke. Businesses can't thrive. Everybody's got to get the hell out. So let's go to Arizona and bring the same policies with us.
Yeah, we'll have mandated vaccinations there too. Yeah. This is and what's different about Arizona and why I enjoy it and why we've been, I'd say, successful in a lot of ways with the amount of money and effort that we put in. I mean, we put a lot of effort, but I mean, it wasn't like some government program funded us or Soros gave me money or anything, but we've been successful in popularizing individualism in Arizona. And just that concept right there is a foundation of so many other opinions. If I can do that and further that ball along, is that the proper role of government defense of individual rights. I make that a meme. Great. We do go out, boom, we win.
Hey, I believe in the economic principle called division of labor. There's a job that Ernie can do that nobody else can touch. And I think we're a lot better off if Ernie is doing it. So I'm all in favor. There's a job for Charles. I, do as best I can. I don't know if it makes any changes or improvements, but it's what I'm compelled to do by who I am. And so I'm going to do that. So we need all kinds of people with all kinds of gifts to put them to work on our behalf.
See, I think a lot of people like us are dusting off their hat.
That's good.
I'm
glad.
The last few, it's got, and you're like the discussion group that we go to, these, the hoity-toity, you can go explain it to us, Politico, the think tank kind of crap. And every year, it's just like, God, you think you get it, I don't know. Maybe they get it. That's just where they get that's their job, But the population where the real movements are is a lot of the stuff that we do.
Yeah.
I'm going, look, man, I'm going to guarantee why it gets discussed. You think the vaccine issue it wants to be discussed by pharma in 2020?
Hell no.
Hell no.
But
guess what they're going to be talking about?
Before I leave, I got to ask you something. You probably know Gene Epstein is the guy who was a writer in Barron's magazine. He's a libertarian guy, a little older than me, I would guess, but he's been around a long time, been a good force.
I'm not familiar.
But he conducts these debates now. I don't know whether he's retired, but he conducts these debates, pretty high-level debates in New York, and they put them online. And he had one with some comedian who has a really popular libertarian podcast.
Oh, the Soho thing.
Yeah, the Soho debates.
Yeah, I watched that.
It was great.
Dave Smith versus Nick Sarwark.
Yeah, it was great. That was one of the best things I've ever seen.
It was perfect.
And to my shame, well, not to my shame, but I didn't even know who Dave Smith was. But I sent him a note after that.
I know he's just a comedian.
You go, man.
I go, Donna, get him. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Get him on. Because we've had Nick on, and Nick is, he privately and on this show, he'll say the same thing that he did up there. Well, vote totals and money and membership. And I'm going, what the hell are you? I mean, this is all why I kept running. Charles and I went to the Atlanta National Convention in 2004, and the whole reason was because Neil Bortz was up there doing the pro-war got kick ass in Afghanistan.
Wait a minute, he's
libertarians.
He's speaking at a dinner speech or a lunch speech.
It's a breakfast.
But he's a main speaker draw at the Libertarian National Convention, and he's up there talking about the joys of Bush's war in Iraq.
So in the next room,
unbelievable.
Charles and I go, there's some talk show hosts that are well, what the hell are you guys doing? And we got a nice little crowd. People came over, they didn't want to go to, but that's what we're dealing with even inside the movement.
It's unbelievable.
It's the incentives. Yeah. It's the money, what they think. Well, why do they call Arizona the Libertarian State in the Wall Street Journal? Because at the time in the 90s, we were getting more press than all the other states in Libertarian National combined. It was all Arizona, 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 because we did the opposite of what they were saying. They go running nonpartisan races and don't mention drugs and guns.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we're going in partisan races, and we're mentioning the guns and drugs. Guns and weed. I'm like, are you stupid? It's a free, whatever. So this is, I don't know. The best I heard was Drew Phillips, one of the activists, said, he goes, the Libertarian National Conventions are like the high school dance. It's where you go to find out where the cool kids are going to be partying. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
So you go and you kind of meet with everything. You go do your cool stuff.
But now you're probably part of it, or at least know about it, because I don't know anything about it. But there's something called the Mises Caucus now, and that's Tom Woods and stuff.
They came to New Orleans convention a couple of blocks away. They had to, and the Libertarian Party was worried. They were afraid they're going to have impact on whatever. What they didn't really understand, it was just an ignoring. It was just, we're over here. Screw you. You think we give a crap with you? I don't care. But I think Tom Woods, he's kind of, man, don't make me have to run for Presidente. And then you have this Justin Amash thing. Well, I was at Freedom Fest, and I see Nick Gillespie from Reason went over, say, yo, what's up, and Nick and all that. They're sitting there conspiring, there's going to be this Justin, Coctopus thing or something. We'll see what happens there. But during all of this, I've been talking to Bumper Hornberger, Jacob Hornberger from Future Freedom Foundation. Well, Jacob, I think he's going to run for the Libertarian nomination. He's already been going to state conventions all around the country, and I think he's going to do it.
Great.
And I'm going. So Jacob Hornberger, he's what percentage of Ron Paul?
96.
Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah.
So it's going to be. So Jacob is one of those. He can rationally articulate any issue to the libertarian message of.
He's been really good. Tom Woods has been really good. Either one of them I'd be so happy with. I might re-register as a libertarian again.
Hornberger goes up there, and I want to see the debate with Justin Amash and whatever else.
Yeah.
Now, there's a bunch of other guys that are running too, and but I mean, it's going to come down to...
I know who should be the nominee. Bill Weld. It's so disgusting.
It was just, and them to defend that, Nick to get up there. I mean, it has been, he's a lawyer. I mean, that's obvious. Nick's he moved to New Hampshire to be part of the Free State Project.
Well, great.
Yeah, I'm like, Pace. You know, I mean, like Nick and his family, his wife and kids been over and kind of, and they get beat up in the pool where they can't get out, and all the, the Trump guys were just slamming because he embraced this anybody but Trump to the point of we can help get a Democrat elected and they'll give us a bunch of money. That's what was going on. And I'm going, wow. Let's run for something. What happened to us running for stuff and educating?
Well, it bothers me just on a fundamental level because their motto remains
party of principle.
The party of principle.
Which they've been trying to run away from.
What's the principle? What exactly is
principle?
The principle?
Giving us more money.
It reminds me of our old friend Cindy Sheehan, whose son was lost in Iraq, and Bush told her, well, he died for a noble cause, and she just wanted to ask him one question, and that's why they had that thing that you went to down in Phoenix, in Texas, outside of Crawford. What noble cause? Well, somebody just tell me.
Not answer.
What? No, he died. My son died for a noble cause. What noble cause?
I would like to put that on his picture memorial frame.
Yeah.
He died for what? A noble cause?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. That was the whole thing.
Yeah.
Was her trying to get him to answer that.
Well, we were talking about, like leftist websites and stuff, and they used to be, they're good. They're good for certain facts, but they have a very limited...
Now, you're a big fan of Fire Dog Lake.
Yeah, I used to use it and go to... Well, okay, here's how to encapsulate that whole story. So Cindy Sheehan's kind of liberal, and her son dies in Iraq. She wants to know what noble cause the president has lied to the nation about a war, and she says, well, what noble cause? I'm going to go down there and ask him the question. You go down there and cover it. But here's the thing. When Bush was president, Cindy Sheehan was all over, all the left media outlets. And who was that sportscaster that was, on MSNBC? But he's still around doing sports, but it's...
I know who you're talking about.
And
Oberman.
Keith Oberman, yeah. And there was I don't know, there were a ton of these people, and it was Goodman or whatever her name is, Jane Goodman or whatever that does, that's not her name, but she
from liberal television, YouTube, whatever the heck it was.
And they couldn't
Amy
Goodman, and they couldn't get enough of Cindy Sheehan, and she came out here after Obama won at your house in your backyard, and I reacquainted myself with her, and I said, tell me what's going on. And she said, well, it's really funny. They couldn't get me on the air enough until the day that Barack Hussein Obama was elected president. Keith Oberman, Amy Goodman, none of them. They will not talk to me because they're afraid I might say something about Obama's wars.
I saw it happen and talked to Cindy, and I did an interview, recorded it on this issue. Move On went to her and said, phase withdraw and not this just immediately leave. If you don't say that, we're going to abandon you. She wouldn't say it, they abandoned her. That's what happened. This whole thing, they turned on her because Move On, it's just the top of the pyramid. You got the all CNI controlling both sides.
Yeah, sure.
You can see it was military, industrial, whatever the hell. Yeah, sure. It was just a bleed. Everybody always wants to know, what happened to the anti-war movement? Where's the anti-war movement? I can't believe there's no anti-war movement. If you have a Bumper Hornberger, there's going to be an anti-war movement.
Absolutely. Tom Woods, Bumper Hornberger, there's going to be an anti-war movement. There's going to be a place to rally around. But right now, with Bill Weld and Nick Sarwark and stuff, there's not a place to rally.
Well, you know what Bill did? You know where he went?
The Republicans.
Yeah.
After he endorsed Hillary.
He's going to run against Trump.
Yeah, he's going to...
Endorsing Hillary. I'm like, what the hell are these guys thinking?
Yeah, but it's been like that all the time. Who was the guy that ran for vice president a few years ago?
Wayne Allen Root.
Wayne Allen Root. And so as soon as the election was over, he went back to, the Republican Party to cheer on wars.
Oh, you'll dig this. We were at Freedom Fest. He's up there with Candace Owen, the attractive, slender black woman.
What's he doing at Freedom Fest?
Because he was build the wall. And he argued the idea with Doug Casey and I can't remember the guy's name from India was there, and they were talking about open borders.
Dinesh D'Souza.
No, no, it was an older guy with white hair and beard and traditional whatever. But anyway, so he was there, and Wayne Allen Root, he's a product of his affirmation. I mean, people clap, yeah, for the wall. Woohoo! And he's like, yeah, get him. I mean, he was freaking amped up, having this kind of feedback for this position that he wouldn't get in libertarian circles advocating for, well, that's not a libertarian thing, but he got the positive reinforcement from Build the Wall crowd. Freedom Fest, when they said, how many Build the Wall? It was 70%. Not enforce the law, not, regulate, immigrate, build the freaking wall. After the debate, it was about the same. It was like two people changed their mind to build the wall, okay? And we have Doug Casey gets up, and this was his thing. He goes, doesn't matter. The tsunami of human capital, what's going to flood, and God, you can build your wall. You want to just keep us in. I mean, he goes, that wall isn't going to matter. It's going to overwhelm whatever's coming, and you guys better be prepared for that. And if you think this wall is going to help you, it ain't. Okay, so that was basically, his presentation. Well, of course, people don't want to hear that. Even though he's right. When it comes, it comes, and ain't nothing they can do about it. So I'm, where's the popularity demonstrated for freedom? Well, wasn't that Freedom Fest? I didn't see that. They were complaining last year it was too anarchist. So I'm going, what the hell is going on? So the future, I get impassioned by a lot of issues, but it's always issues. It's like gun rights, medical freedom, monetary, taxes, it's all, but it's never really, you get, except in libertarian circles, that it is all about the same concept of I own myself, and what I produce is mine, and it's not yours, and you don't get to tell. That's the whole purpose of government, defense of individual rights. That is not articulated. Why? I mean, you think, well, we were successful in what we did by articulating that, but it sure as hell isn't supported by the media, and you get 5 adjectives.
Yeah, I went to Freedom Fest once, and I watched, like 2/3 or 75% of the people stand up and cheer Herman Cain after he gave some statist speech. Yeah. And I don't have anything against Herman Cain, but I mean, it's like, what? This is called the Freedom Fest. Maybe it ought to be a forum to talk about advancing, like freedom.
Well, Mark Skousen, we have him on before to do the Freedom Fest. I've known him for a long time. We met him, at Era Society back in 3 weeks before 9/11 in 01, and he ran, he was the golden apple bearer of the Era Society that Doug Casey does up in Aspen. And that was my first experience with him. He went to Heritage and Fee or something there, and that kind of didn't work out well because it's this Republican, conservative, constitutional, Christian kind of thing.
He went to Fee, and he hired for the Fee Summit annual founders dinner or whatever it was, some big event. The keynote speaker was Rudy Giuliani.
Oh my God!
And the people just going, what? Well, he's trying to ingratiate himself with well-positioned Republicans. That's what he's trying to do.
Well, the one that I talked to him, I go, how in the hell are you getting these What? That guy? He goes, well, they apply. I go, that's it. I apply. You get me? He goes, yeah. Here we come.
They apply to speak?
Yeah. He just said, yeah, okay, we got a slot for you. Done. Next. Peace. But, of course, they want you to come and pay. Even as an author, you get a table. That'll be $750, and we'll give you a slot over here in the room of whatever. I mean, that's pretty much how it works. So I'm looking for, I tell you where they are, where you need to go and get you as a speaker. I think it'd be awesome, is Narcapoco. Anarcha Vegas, Anarcha Zona, Anarcha Delphia. It's all these anarchist things that are just packed with thousands of people who are going poxing all your houses.
Maybe when my new book comes out, I should do that.
Boom!
Yeah.
Hook you up. When's it come out?
I think end of January, 1st of February. It hasn't been announced. All the final details.
Anarcapoco is in February.
The ink isn't dry yet, but that would be the time, yeah. Anyway, we'll talk.
Yeah, I think we should do that. That'd be interesting to have this. Yeah. We'll hook that up. We'll see if we can get the guys to do it. Yeah, because this is, you can see from our perspective, we've been through it. We know, we get it. It's just a game. But this game has taken turn coming in, this coming cycle. I think some stuff is going to rear its head. What do you think?
I think so. At least we're all, cursed under that old curse about interesting times, right?
And come to the attention of powerful people.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to happen, and we're trying to get ready for it. You know, it's like, you know, your networking where you have your data, because when it's the most important time and you got something to say, and you're off. I guarantee it. 2020, they will not 8, 12, 16, 18. They will not allow this to happen again. They got sideswiped by the Levolution. They got sideswiped by Trump getting elected. They don't want to get sideswiped again, and gosh darn it, we, they, them, those, we're going to make sure of. So what do? I like signs on the freeways. Try and stop that. Pace.